DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pen, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up?
I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったばかりね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だ と思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars ahead all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supreme and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see, don't we ready to go? Sneak up fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? You better run now, run before you hit the end.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acting the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. Fast like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying,
take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side. Bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. We must survive. So true to weapons wise. Stand and fight for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Welcome one, welcome all back to the LPL 2023 Spring Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Jamada, and we're right back into the action today, my friend. I know we're geeking out about the intro song every time we've casted together. How you feeling?
It just sets the mood right every single time.
so
we
good,
could be
man.
sat here absolutely bored out of our minds before the show actually starts, and then the theme song will go, and that's it. We're here, we're in the moment, and
That's
we're ready.
it.
I'm excited to be back with you as always, brother.
It's going to be a fun one. We have a day full of action ahead of us, but let's first look back at what's happened before, as we did have some fun last night and some crazy stuff, as AL, unfortunately not changing the trend, will not find their win, go down to BLG 2-1, but JDG falls to EDG 2-0, not 2-1, 2-0, Jamada.
Yeah, and frankly, EDG kind of made it look a little bit easier at that point, to be entirely honest. I'm super excited to see this EDG lineup step up, right? We kind of mentioned last week or so that, you know, in the first couple of weeks for EDG, it was a bit of a rebuilding phase, refining the identity, but it feels like if you're coming into a series against JDG and you're knocking them down in a 0-2 fashion on their end, you're looking pretty good.
And the fact that they're being able to do this with big pieces and Scout and Viper no longer with the team. But look at these standings here. Top esports, EDG, IG all at the top of the table. And we still have some fighting to do as we are in week number 5, about halfway through.
Yeah, absolutely. And the top side of the table is looking pretty stacked. A lot of close teams there, all sat at around 5 wins. But today's matches are going to be a little bit more focused towards the middle and the bottom end of the table. RNG FPX will open up our day today. 14th and 15th. Crazy to think the organizations with these big brand names are there. And W and LNG will round out our day.
Now, LNG, if they do win, they will join that top tie there at 5-1. So big night for them to kind of join the Titanic top of the table here for LPL. But we got to get into the nitty gritty of RNG versus FPX. And as you were kind of mentioning, a little bit different from what we're looking at in the second series of the night in terms of where they're at in this split. And I think that's a big question to talk about, especially starting off with RNG, who, again, just feel like they haven't found the thing, the special sauce, the command that they had last year. And with Ming having come back in the roster and slowly finding some of that, it is begging the question of how they bring that up into this FPX roster, who themselves have had some trials and tribulations this early split. But Hacker coming in about halfway through, finding a little bit of difference there. We got Shallow, who, Hacker, Care, LWX, and Lulu.
Yeah, definitely. Both these lineups, right, going through their own trials and tribulations. I think for FPX, there's still going to be a lot of, character building left throughout this spring split, and I feel like if they're going to maintain a majority of this lineup moving into summer, in particular, of course, we're still only, week 4, week 5, so they've got some time still to rebuild and potentially make a late surge into playoffs. But for me, I think they probably need to just return to sort of bread and butter style and use the strong carries that you have in LWX and Care, right? We know these two, and especially, of course, LWX, former world champion. We know how strong these guys are. It's just about actually putting them on a platform to carry their games. And I think if, Hacker and Lula can kind of try and step up a little bit and be the bridge for these two players, then FPX can start to find a little bit more consistent success.
Yeah, that's where I find it so interesting when with LWX at that question mark, because this guy has had such high highs. He's a world champion, for God's sake. But the thing is, he's stable, but he hasn't grabbed that spotlight. The spotlight has been on the FPX developmental pieces, the Shallow who Care, looking at how Hacker kind of integrates between the two. And I'm really looking forward to LWX taking back this mantle of, you've got to respect the bottom lane of FPX.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I feel like from the perspective of LWX, like you say, it is about these developmental pieces, and LWX is kind of just taking a bit of a step back and just, running in a majority, a lot of the hyper scaling carries, and just going, all right, guys, as long as we don't run it down in the first 20 minutes, I'll always be able to step up for you, and I'll bring that experience to the table, and I can get us across the finish line. So, I think if they can keep that up, that's great. But again, I feel like, the foundation isn't quite there to consistently have that be consistent just yet, and that's what I feel like FPX need to work towards.
But speaking of foundation, I want to turn that attention over to RNG, who have had a shaky foundation to start this year. Obviously, a lot of things changing, moving parts in the early part of the split, but they've got Ming back. They're integrating Angel into this kind of dual carry style situation, and I think that Wei himself, that's where all my eyes go on every time I see RNG take to the Rift, because this guy, he had so much potential when he was led by the likes of Xiaohu and Ming in game. You could see he was the sword that was led by the generals of RNG, and it's fallen off a bit this year. And I'm looking for him to regain some of that confidence. And I think he has taken steps that way. You see some of that decisiveness in the early pathing. I need that to continue.
Yeah, it feels like some of the remnants of that solid direction still remains in ways kind of like replay pathing the ways that he wants to get sometimes in the early, but it's not quite there as frequently as when Xiaohu was there, right? It feels like Xiaohu's general kind of command and what he brings to the mid lane to then bleed into the jungle role hasn't quite been found just yet between Tang Yuan and of course Angel. I think once now we start to get a bit more of a consistent 5-man out of RNG. Of course, they have been playing around and they had the whole situation with Ming. Then we'll start to see RNG probably step more towards the past where we expect them to be towards the top end of the table. And I think they've also got a pretty decent run of schedule now to also kind of just build that, cohesion back up for this 5-man.
Yeah, it's just funny. Every time I look down at the bot lane, it is literally Gala versus LWX, two of like the long-standing carries for their organizations, and I'm sure it's gonna be some fireworks once we get to the later parts of the game. Maybe we get some change up in priority here, but we are heading in to game number 1. It is RNG on the blue side, FPX on the red side. We get the Kassadin ban against Care, the Jace ban, and the Elise from RNG. It is Zeri, Lucian, all the bot lane focus towards Gala.
Yeah, not too surprised there, and the Maokai will be followed up. So with Maokai banned and Sejuani still up, you would expect that could be the first pick, but with Ashe still available, that takes priority over all. It's just OP, isn't it? So RNG will snap that one up for the bottom side of the map, and I love the focus from RNG from the get-go, right? 2 bans towards Care. Obviously, technically the Jace is a flex pick, but you'd expect we're seeing it a lot more in the mid lane these days, so it kind of feels a lot more like a mid lane pick. And just trying to trim away some of that early aggression in the Elise from Hacker, which is what we kind of need from Hacker and Lula. I'm loving the opening here from RNG as FPX are just going to answer out with the Varus, ranged, or of course, what I mean to say is range poke, and then of course if it needs to go on hit, it can. And now of course they also have to snap away the Heimerdinger because the Heimerdinger Ashe is a bit of a nasty combo.
Very true, and it's really interesting because that Ashe maybe in its own right was a little bit of that flexibility there, and the Caitlyn now signaling a little bit of this bot lane for Gala and Ming, and this is not something we have necessarily seen from Ming yet, at least if he's going to go with the supportive Ashe style. We have seen the Caitlyn a big prio for Gala, but I'm actually curious at how that's going to work out. We'll keep an eye on that one, but it is the Sejuani, the setup, the facilitation for Hacker and FPX.
Yep, there you go. So I'm wondering if we're just going to straight up get solo lanes that are melee champions here, and RNG are going to try and focus that one down, trying to move away something like the Silas, for example, from Care. Could be really, really big. And stuff like Yone, exactly. I think that's going to be the 2 bans here from RNG's perspective. And for FPX, what they're actually looking to take away from Breathe, right? Do you want to take away the Fiora here just so you don't have to deal with a scaling duelist on the side lane? Someone like Camille as well can be really, really strong. If you ban away the Jax, the second ban, it always kind of sets up to me like you're going to try and remove away one of these picks that can be really, really solid into a full melee top side of FPX.
Xiaohu has definitely preferred the Cassante and the Gwen, sitting at 6 and 5 plays respectively, and the next highest is 2 with Jax. Those are the only champions he's played. We've seen crazy meta development across the lanes, but Xiaohu is not one to vary from that easiness. But actually, I just see now it's actually Fearless that's here instead of Xiaohu. So my complete apologies for that.
He's still playing Cassante. So
he's still playing Cassante,
okay.
so it doesn't matter. I saw the Cassante hover. I was like, maybe it's going to be it. So obviously, Fearless having some respect in the LPL as having had some tries last year in 2022. But I'm interested how he's going to deal with Breathe, who himself has a lot to prove here on this RNG roster. And I wonder what he's going to grab for himself here into the Cassante.
Yeah, see, Darius would be pretty fun, and especially into Cassante's Sejuani top side, you could definitely get away with a lot of murder up there, but it seems like they're just going to make Breathe press the silent button in this game, unfortunately, RNG, and he will just be frontlining in this game, and that kind of signals to me that RNG are likely looking for a little bit of a sort of front to back, maybe a mix of dive if you go towards this Akali with the Wukong, and you're trying to effectively just assassinate the backline, the very irritating Varus and Heimerdinger duo, and then you kind of work with what's left on the map with FPX.
I'm wondering what they actually go here. I think there is some viability with the Silas. It's also something that Care likes to hover over and is a comfort for him. So I think it has some viability here, especially the Enchanted Crystal Arrows, things like that. Just the straight up ability to take some of those tools away from RNG, add them to the plethora that FPX have, and I think we're getting set up for a little bit of a slobber knocker in the bot lane here.
That's one way to put it, yeah. I think even though the ultimates aren't necessarily, you know, awesome from the side of RNG, from Care's perspective, it's offer a lot of follow-up engage. And I think when you're looking at, of course, the Akali Sylas matchup has historically always been a, you know, typically it leans towards a Sylas, but it's definitely a skill matchup at the end of the day. And I think when you've got Sejuani Sylas in the mid 2v2, you're kind of setting yourself up for pre-level 6 domination. You're trying to force the issue in some skirmishes and try to take advantage of the fact of how strong that duo is.
Now I'm really just looking at both Hacker and Wei and see how fast they can get towards bottom lane. And really interested at how RNG command this one. I definitely feel like they are working through some things on how to integrate Angel. And in this one in particular, Angel has some carry tools of his own. He's on the Akali, and I think it has been a question mark when we've seen Angel given some of these resources. And I'm very curious how they kind of play with that through Wei, where Wei really focuses on here early on.
Yeah, I feel like when you've got the Caitlyn Ashe, right, you need to try and supplement that from Wei's perspective. The top side is just going to be the island that the top lane is, and I think you're really waiting for Angel to hit level 6 and trying to use the skirmishing power of Akali at that power point to try and force the issue, right? I think especially around Herald is when I'm looking for RNG to try and get a little bit active on the map. I think in the earliest of stages, FPX can try to maybe secure an early dragon just off the back of the priority that they should have. Specifically through the mid lane, bot side can always be a little bit wishy-washy, so we're going to have to track that and see how both these laners on the bottom side of the map kind of navigate that one as we're onto the Rift for game number 1.
We are indeed, and you know, we said it's kind of crazy that these two teams find themselves at 14th and 15th, given what their respective organizations have accomplished in the past, but we are in the thick of the season now, and this is the epitome of time to pick up some wins, to try to get something back in the split. It's RNG versus FPX. We'll see what this early game yields as FPX are hunting, and the Phoenix will get the flash out of Angel.
Yeah, that's really big for the early game, I think, for FPX now, because Angel really has to respect the fact that if he does end up getting ganked, there is no flash to reposition. You can't get away from the permafrost or the chain CC. You will just be locked in place. So that could actually buy FPX the earliest couple of waves of priority here. We'll see what they end up doing with that flash, or even if they try and force the 2v2, right? Not having that flash in such a volatile lane can be super important, as LWX ate a lot more poke than I think he was betting.
I know they got double arcade combo, but man, that was not the way that was supposed to go.
Definitely not. So RNG maybe just gonna earn themselves the first couple of waves of priority just off of that one trade alone. LWX, excuse me, gonna have to pop a pot just on the first wave. Wow.
See a bit of aggression. LWX, he might just be having to flash here. He might just die. Flashes as they had bot lane getting very pressured. 2 summoner spells down on FPX's side, only the heal by Ming to get that speed up.
Now, fortunately, LWX actually brought the teleport here because there's not really anything to cleanse. And nothing to really cleanse, and he felt like Lola could bring the heal for him, so he's not going to end up missing too much, but blowing a teleport without actually going back to base to buy anything is always going to feel pretty rough.
But he's got the biscuits, so it's like buying something. It just magically pops into your pocket. You ever have a pocket biscuit just ready to go? Yeah, that feels kind of good.
See, Mazel, this is why I love you. Always with the glass half full. I
try to be as positive as possible. Just call me Mr. Positive. We do see, though, I want to check in on these jungle pathings. It will be Hacker heading towards this top side of the map. Well, Karen Angel do battle in the mid lane, but I'm specifically looking at Wei to try to answer down the spot lane. We said how important it is for Wei to get some resources down to Gala and Ming.
Yeah, I think definitely with the way that the mid lane matchup is potentially going to go, Wei is going to have to be a little bit careful, I suppose, in terms of the first move from Care. Sort of surprised in a way that Hacker's not coming down to the bottom side, but at the same time, when the priority looks like this, it kind of feels like you might just end up losing out on the Skull Crab, and I feel like that's probably just the goal here, just to secure a full clear and grab your Skull Crab. I say that though, Hacker's actually going for a full clear into a reset, so maybe we'll make an appearance down towards the bottom side.
I was going to say.
Once he's done, yeah.
I would say that this is kind of that counterpathing here, trying to get Hacker an advantage. And Hacker, who actually has been very aggressive in his path, right? In his past, in his pathing. I'm wondering how he can kind of bring that against Wei, though, as getting a little bit of stuttery on my screen, but we see that Wei is taking the Scuttle Crab.
Wei will secure that one. So despite Hacker's efforts in wanting to get down here while still getting that full clear, not going to happen. But he has technically gotten his reset off, so see what he can do with that one, as Hacker's actually in between the mid juggle of RNG, though I don't
It's just a Poro in a bush, man. Nothing to see here. Okay, well, now he's seen.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to try to make it out of there all sneaky-like, but he didn't. Angel will see him there. Ming, bro, traded down pretty heavy now that level 3 has been hit by Lilla.
Definitely Ming, I think the worst side of that trade definitely drops almost to 100 HP, and now Hacker's here to supplement some of this pressure.
That's
gonna
cleanse from Gala.
Yeah, really, really big. I don't think they can turn this into a dive per se, but they're definitely going to force Gala and Ming all the way back to base on this shove-in. So big advantage, one out for FPX on the bottom side of the map, as now the response looks like Wei is probably going to find something here for Fearless.
Well, the thing is, though, Jamada, you see, there's one important fact that we're all leaving out, and that is that Fearless is playing Cassante. So, bye-bye, Wei. You can just get out of there, man. Like, he doesn't have anything to say.
Yeah, and I was actually...
He did pop the ghost, I guess.
He did, he did pop the ghost to walk out, and that's what forced the disengage. But I think especially once level 6 comes in, Fearless is probably going to feel pretty okay as long as it's bar in a decent kind of even maybe one in that kind of stuff. Where sitting on a Wukong, right, you can try and dodge away from the CC, from Breathe, and try and focus on the damage that Wukong Wei will bring. So now that the ghost is gone, it doesn't really matter because he's now hit level 6, and that should be okay in that 2v1 scenario. As I expect, actually, FPX may consider trying to get an early dragon here, just off the back of how much fire they've had through the mid lane. I think, however, with Angel having level 6, it gets a little bit sketchy now. We'll see what the priority wants to be for them, as I really feel like they want to try and get the early objective stacking, just to sort of force a bit of an edge onto RNG here, and especially when you've got the Varus, the Heimerdinger, the objective setup is always going to be relatively your side favored rather. For now, it's like RNG and Wei is actually going to get this one started.
The thing is, though, and I guess the question always comes with this, I guess it's not new meta double ADC's bot lane, is how that effectiveness comes into play outside of the laning phase here, where Ashe does have a lot of utility outside the laning phase, I think. So there is not as much of a question in that respect, but I definitely favor LWX and Lula outside of lane, as we see RNG able to sneak out of here with the first dragon of the game.
Yep, get that one. Really nice for them. And the next one's going to be a mountain, so leaves Ocean, Infernal, Chemtech on the table, as we actually did have a play happen in the mid lane whilst he was looking down towards the bottom side.
Perfect execution burn.
Yeah, not too bad. So really big mobility tool burnt on the side of RNG, and at level 1 that ultimate has a fairly lengthy cooldown. I think it's about almost 2 minutes, maybe two and a bit if I recall correctly. So we'll see if FPX can maybe leverage this brief window whilst Care actually has it stolen away. And take a look at whether or not they can secure the Herald on the top side, where, again, they definitely have the advantage in the 2v2 and the 3v3 just by the fact that Fearless is such a powerhouse on the Cassante at this point in the game. You hit level 6, that is kind of the moment where you start to get a little bit scared and wonder if you can always turn around the fight. Hacker for now, though, with that level 6, trying to see if he can
Wei is not level 6
all the pressure. Yeah.
He wants to try to get an influence to pull Hacker away. Hacker realizes there might be much here. Okay, Angel. Care has the perfect excuse. It goes in, doesn't have the damage there. Very close. I didn't think the perfect excuse was going to do it, but maybe a little bit of sticking power afterwards. Care just has that priority in mid lane, and he's roaming down bot lane now as Hacker's sticking around.
Wei's just going to show his face just to ensure that
the
dive doesn't actually unfold, but Ming is just eating so much poke right now, and this is just simply the power of Varus Heimerdinger. Rockets, arrows, just a little bit too much to deal with, and constant priority is going to come through. Everyone on RNG looks like they're going to reset. It's going to yield this next wave or so, and if FPX wants to, they can get the reset, they can get placed, they can do whatever they want here.
It's been a decent amount of gold going over to LWX, who said at the beginning of this, hasn't really grabbed hold of the spotlight of FPX yet, but does have that late game insurance. But now on the Varus, getting this early gold, want to see what he can do with it. And as we get back onto the map for both teams, we have that Rift Herald up. Pings coming from Hacker up that way. We'll see as Way probably pathing that way as well. I would expect with the roam from Lula, it means FPX are committing.
Yeah, should be the case here for FPX. And again, with Casante being at that kind of power point right now, you really like to see FPX try and force the issue around this Herald play. Wade did just tick level 6, so I think he's actually eyeing up another repeat gank. LWX actually just used the teleport to get back to lane, so if a play does unfold, it would feel pretty bad. He missed a stacked wave. Good couple of plays will go over to Gala and Ming as well. On the top side, however, said that did roam up here, and that's going to be FPX getting this Herald, so it's kind of an attempt at a cross map here. If you can force LWX off this tower, you're still feeling really, really good about it, and it looks like that will just be the case, as even Age will. So just dipping it, just making sure that Eldritch feels this pressure.
We do see 2 plates that will go over to RNG here. Way just holding on nearby in case FPX pull up, but it will just be that gold given over. Gala taking some poke on the way out, but a little bit at least gained by RNG. Still sitting a little bit behind FPX, but both junglers have been pretty clear about the opposite side kind of focuses right now in terms of they don't want to necessarily fight each other. They've passed each other a couple times, Shabata, but they haven't gone to blows yet.
Not just yet. And it's FPX that currently still hold almost a 700, 800 gold lead. Is relatively minute, but with the Herald in their pocket and that bottom side tower being so low at this point, if they can strip away another play, also expect that will be the target. I also want to try and see them just turn it into a dragon as well. I think Care will be able to steal away the Akali ultimate pretty soon, unless he already can. So I'd like to see, again, just kind of a force of the issue, right? I think when you've got such powerful tools in the early stages like this, you want to see it go down. But speaking of tools, it's not like RNG are lacking, and they're eyeing up the play. There's the arrow, and it flies wide. Okay, well,
You can always practice. We got archers on both sides, okay? A lot of these arrows will eventually hit, I promise. You stick around.
Eventually.
All right?
It just didn't happen then. Oh, hello.
LPX is standing strong in the face of RNG. But again, I want to go back to the holistic point we had brought up about RNG and trying to kind of turn around the ship now that Ming is in charge. It feels like now that they have found a little bit of direction, it's still about the execution of that direction. And here, obviously, these early ideas haven't necessarily gone their way. They haven't really found anything, but I think they're still playing to game plan.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to find whatever pushback they can on the bottom side, right? They've traded out the early plates. It's just that the response in the last couple of minutes from FPX has been really good. And we said bottom side tower, probably the target of the Herald charge. They haven't gotten that extra plate off before this Herald, so it's just going to be actually a 1-plate take because of the Herald nerf. But it's still going to be gold going into LWX's back pocket. Still feeling alright about it as it gets taken down. And that should just about buy priority for FPX to at the very least have first move into the river. RNG still maybe going to think about poking their head into this one. Be a late contest on the cards. So wait,
a little bit sus, but you know, might as well fight, baby. I will say, Care has completed his Roa. I know it's not that big of a deal right now, but still is a completion over everyone else besides Breathe, who got that Sunfire in the top side. It will be the Dragon for FPX. So we'll get an Ocean Soul onto the Rift. Everything calms down for a little bit longer here.
Yeah, man. Honestly, Ocean Soul's pretty...
it's the Vibe Soul, apparently, that matches the energy of this this game.
Yeah.
It's 0-0 at 12 minutes and 40 seconds into an LPL match.
You know, I always feel quite bad when we get these games because, you know, as the newcomer to the LPL this year, I was promised blood consistently and always. And
it was in the contract.
it was a part of the contract. Oh, hello.
Okay, well, Fearness is saying, well, let's give you some, all right? Breathe getting the all out from Fearness. He might just go all down. Does get a little bit of trade back. Fearness not comfortable to go all the way in. Way is now here to play over the over-aggression of Fearness. If he can capitalize a little bit on this health bar.
Yeah,
let's see
just
Breathe commit for it.
The reason why the Warrior Trickster was used just out of Fog of War, so Engage will not come to fruition. Breathe having the Sunfire Cake actually drew tower aggro, which is what prompted Fearness to actually get on top of him there and drag him underneath the tower. And it will always, exactly. Didn't want to overcommit, and a nice little bit of discipline from Fearless, but you can start to see the damage of the Xante, even onto the Scion, come through. And that'll be something, again, I feel like it's going to be a pretty consistent factor that RNG are going to have to deal with Xante in this game with, you know, the short range on the top side.
Oh, Ming flashes, but still gets hit. Nice blast cone to get Lila out of there. Angel is here, but the rockets rain down onto Ming, and Hacker flashes. Finally, we get first blood. 14 minutes in, and we're looking for more. Breathe has TP'd in. We got Gala getting a little bit low, but Way comes in, gets Angel a kill. Ace in the hole gets onto Care. Angel's on the other side here. Care needs to be a little bit careful. And the rest of FPX will. It is a 1-for raid.
All of that just for a 1-for-1. Quite interesting. Hack punished for his aggression on to Ming there. Ming's flash not ideal in getting away from that glacial prison, but Lula now is the one that's in trouble. He's got.
Lula's like, please, LWX, do something, help me. LWX, I'm sorry, bro. I ain't got nothing for you.
Yeah, the classic, man. You know, hey, just save me, please. Do something.
I'll ping for you.
Every support. I won't ping any ward that goes down. You can ping it, so you can get the 5 gold. As yeah, Ming's flash.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, kind of just flashed in a straight line.
I was wondering if he was trying to play over the wall. Obviously, give Ming the benefit of the doubt, though.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he was thinking Hacker was like, oh, he's gonna flash over the wall here and go over it.
Yeah, could definitely be the case as well. As collapse comes through from the rest of RNG to take down Hacker, and Care not really in any danger there. Still full HP, has the ability to steal away the Akali ult.
Lula a little bit aggressive.
Yeah, so I actually think that Lula's Arcane Comet gave away his position. Because as soon as the damage came through, yeah, I think he was trying to set up the one-shot on a return from Gala and Ming. But when the turret gets walked through and the Arcane Comet fires, you actually just see a plethora of RNG pings onto the bush. And they kind of just go, wait a second.
I know where the Donger is!
Yeah, I know where the Donger is all of a sudden. As
ooh, we got a picture-in-picture
of the tower.
him taking the tower down.
Yeah.
And then his continued push in that bottom lane as well.
Oh, nice net.
Nice Gala flashing out of that one now. Engaged back onto LWX, and he's just CC'd all down. Angel picks up his second kill of the game. And what a pickup here. We said going to draft, like, yeah, Gala's got the resources usually. Angel has been trying to find a way to come into this roster as he is the newest piece coming over from Weibo last year. And a 2-0 start on the Akali in this series against FPX, that's the way to do it.
Exactly. Just give him the agency, right? It was things like the Ari last year, which really caught my eye in the summer split when Angel was on that Weibo lineup and he was able to just get so much done consistently. So having this diving assassin and being able to kind of just capitalize on any of these picks moving forward off the Ash Arrow or Way going in with the Cyclone, just going to be able to pick up all the resources he needs from time to time. And yeah, Gala could have maybe tried to sidestep it a bit more, but maybe was anticipating that the Glacier Prism would be a little more on top of him, but that Ash Arrow hits well and true onto LWX, and Angel just eviscerates him really, really cleanly. Has the one item already. Proto Belt, walking towards a second. See what that will be. I think someone like Zhonya's will probably go the distance here. There's a lot of Zhonya's-able CC to kind of get yourself out of trouble. It's obviously the less damage option, or the lesser of damage options that you can go towards on the Akali, but I feel like utility might end up paying off here as the second or third dragon, rather, in the game has spawned up. So we'll see who wants to try and get their hands on it first. Again, FPX having the Varus, having the Heimerdinger, you always want to try and see them in the river first just because the poke and the objective setup is so strong between those two champions alone. But RNG, they're definitely trying to vie for the positioning here and try to push FPX out.
They're going to get the Rift Herald by FPX in the mid lane, so priority auto gain pretty much. Maybe they even try to take down this tower before the fight is forced, but it is just second dragon for both sides, so it's not like we have to fight this right now. They won't be able to secure the tower, but they do get that priority from mid lane to move in front of the dragon pit.
Yeah, FPX still in the river for Angel.
Okay.
Just playing it. There's the Ash Arrow.
Oh, he's gonna have to, oh my gosh, I'm not having that again.
Gonna deal with it. Of course, doesn't have the cleanse, has the teleport, so if he does get hit by it, that's it. It will just be CC that sticks from the side of FPX. RNG just gonna get the shove in the mid lane, whilst they see the rest of FPX has kind of been corralled into this blue quadrant of their own jungle. and kind of caught a little bit sleeping here. FPX, they're going to lose a fair chunk of this tower, maybe even the whole thing if Breathe can get the demolish proc off
Honestly,
the hats.
that's-
Yeah, it's just dead.
That's really rough from FPX here. They wanted to try to move in, but they lost so much priority in mid lane for moving in front of Dragon, and then they didn't start the Dragon. Gala and Ming will pick that up all day long. That is what Caitlyn's bread and butter is.
They still have the tools though, FPX, to sit in front of this Dragon for now. RNG, they've got the Ash Arrow coming back up, so take a look at Ming. See whether or not he fires this one off. And who it actually hits. Fearless, Hacker, they're going to have to try their best to try and body block this one. Care's playing man mark on the bottom side for Angel, which is really, really strong.
They're looking for a
But
flank
again-
with Wei.
Yeah, and if Angel can get on top of backline, it's going to feel really dangerous. And Wei's not been
This
spotted either.
control ward, though, that will
Yeah.
spot him
But
out
Wei's
once he
going to
goes
see
over
it.
the.
Wei's
he
going to
sees
see it. This is the thing.
All right,
So he's not
this
going
is
to
a
leave
waiting
until
moment.
it's time. UX.
Oh, Ming tried to
there.
go through the vision though, but they're going up to him anyways. And LWX, he dodges the arrow, but he dies in the end. As now Wei dragged out. Fearness over the wall here. Flash from Care to join the rest of his teammates, and it's a back and forth tussle again. A 1-for-1 in front of the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, LDX just doesn't get to play the game in this team fight. Wei with the excellent flank comes in, and the collapse from Angel is just as strong. No way ends
He's like,
up dying.
guys, I thought
Hey.
I did it. Like, if Ming went all the way. Ming try-harded that way. He went to the biggest map, like the biggest land mass of the map, and tried to weave it over the wall.
Exactly. It still didn't end up working out fully. And the Dragon doesn't even get taken. Breathe teleports to the top side of the map, so it looks like RNG are maybe going to give the Dragon
Look how
up.
dirty this
play for
is.
the top
This
side
arrow is
tower.
so hard to see.
Yeah,
I
it
guess
is,
not. That skin makes it a little easier.
I suppose, but the engage comes in. Look at how much damage just comes into LWX.
Yeah.
I think the ultimate from Sion, the actual explosion, also played into the burst there as Wei gets brought back with the all-out from Cassante. Can't really play the team fight after that, so it only ends up being a 1-for-1. Breathe really wants this tower. He's going to get it.
Care's like,
but
no.
will he pay for it with his
I
life?
do not want to give you this tower. You're not taking it from me. Breathe.
No,
he can't
no
get
way.
it in. Oh.
Nah, just walk up on the wall,
he's gonna
brother.
walk
Just
up. There
walk
you
up.
go.
Just walk
Breathe.
up.
There
There
you
you
go. Something to know about Breathe, by the way. Obviously, we had the milestone reach this split of him getting 1,000 kills. He's only the 4th top laner to get that milestone. He's behind Flandre, the Shy, and 369. That's a pretty good list to join there.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you have the rest of the list? Yes, you do. And those are some very, very long-standed and decorated top laners here in the LPL. So, very, very nice for Brief to join that accolade list. One of our premier tops, of course, in the LPL. Even when RNG are struggling, he still looks like
But
he'll
this
bring them
man,
some
like,
hope.
I will just say, the story for this guy coming over to RNG after they won MSI and then
Yeah.
not having been able to find success since then, it definitely is something where Breathe has shown that he is a standout top laner, and it's about trying to make it work and trying to make it function now in this new year, another year with RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be one of the core functioning pieces moving forward as well. Just being, whether it's solid rock plate in the top side via tank picks like the Sion or carries as well, which Breathe is very, very capable of playing. Bring that flexibility to the top side is always valuable to a team. Even though you can always make the memes, right? Top side, it's an island. It's not really bringing too much to the game. I think for Breathe, having that level of flexibility, right? I mean, even once we do move on to things like 13-3, eventually, it will happen. I know we are quite far in the patch department. Good job in the top side. Definitely very viable hit.
Hacker, he tried to go for it. They're about to get the tower. I might be able to. Here's the unstoppable
train.
onslaught coming in. Just saying hi and driving by. Says Breathe as he holds his hand out the window.
Just gives him a brief wave as the rest
Driving
of
through the
weave away.
neighborhood.
Yeah. Not too bad, not too bad. They defend the
so
tower.
Yeah, true. I do want to point something out, though, because we are getting a plethora of second item completions for RNG. So while it's not third item completion for, say, the Caitlyn or the Akali, I still think they're using a big power point here. And there will be a quick response from FPX in trying to finish these items, but I'm really wanting to see if RNG can kind of push the tempo here. Not going to find that one.
Fallen away, I believe. Not going to find that one.
Noodle
Breathing
fight.
to,
Noodle fight.
yeah.
Noodle
They
fight.
are-
Noodle
They are
fight.
stacking grasp. That's what they're doing. I think RNG right now, though, definitely on a really strong spike. Angel just hit the Shadow Flame. Same thing on the opposite side for Care. I think both these teams actually very happy to fight at the moment. The only thing they're really waiting for, I think from the perspective of LWX, once that Muramana stacked up, other than that, everyone has the items where they're ready. I think it's just going to be about the setup. And again, first move into the objective. Will RNG be able to break any kind of setup with a really strong flank like they did in the last Dragon fight? Those are the big questions we have to answer, have answered for us by these two, as Ming sent an Asharo. I'm really making good use of the terrain.
Like, why are you coming at me, bro? I mean, it's obvious you're the AD carry, but you know, sometimes as AD carry, you're like, no, stop. I don't want this focus. I want to carry.
It's just the life of playing the ADC role. Like, you just get focused.
Especially with no cleanse.
Exactly. When you've got Ashe in the game with no cleanse, it's gonna happen. Even Carla's just trying to poke him out. Lilla just eats the brunt of that poke this time around. But the game slows down a lot at the moment in between these objectives, between RNG and FPX. Just trying to kind of poke and prod away, farm up, get to items. They're not really too interested over contesting over things like jungle camps or kind of positioning on the map. No one's really posturing even for tier 2s. There's another Ashe arrow that's going to get sidestepped by LWX.
So it's just the humors this time.
It's basically just dance, isn't it? Like every 40 seconds.
It literally is. It's literally playing an arcade game now for LWX. But again, we have a dragon coming up in about 35 seconds, and this would be sole point for RNG. I think that can push that tempo that I was talking about earlier, but again, and now is the question of how FPX position on the map to counter that.
Yeah, exactly. And we really want to see Care and LWX try to step up a little bit. Those are our kind of key players here on the FPX side to make sure they've got that platform to carry. And again, I look towards RNG to see how they're going to shut it down, because I think, again, if we see how they made that pincer happen at that last team fight, if Wei can find another angle, or even Angel by himself, he's got 2 items, he's very capable now of just assassinating Lilla for LWX. RNG are in for a really, really good fight here. They're up 2,000 gold, but when you take a look at the inventories, it's not going to matter too much. It's just about positioning, setup, stopwatches on both mid laners as well. So they're ready for this fight.
God, that health bar from Breathe is just so menacing. Every time I see him walk around, it's like, Care has a big health bar. But then you look at Breeze's health bar. It's not anywhere near it. Now, Care trying to get Angel on the side, and FPX playing pretty hesitantly. Hacker getting over the wall here. Might be in some trouble from Fearness, though, as Ace in the hole comes through. Lilla blocks it for LWX. Now, Hacker and Care find themselves in a bit of a predicament. Hacker tank it up a decent amount here, but the knockouts coming through. Now, Fearness is on the side, but he's getting poked out. Man, this poke! It's so dangerous!
Yeah, poke flying back and forth, but it's FPX that are losing out on the health bar war. Fearness looks like he's just going to teleport back to base.
There's the controller right there. There you go. I do wonder if they want to try to continue to fight this one. TP now coming in back from Angel, but they're trying to take the fight ahead of time. Arrow comes down. Angel has now joined the fight. He's looking to go in, has that flip, has the perfect execution, but here comes Care. Not going to go in. It's a back and forth fight. Both fights for teams are very, very bloody, but we haven't seen that blood spilled just yet. It looks like FPX have been able to trade back and forth enough that they feel comfortable here. And LP back from Breathe. The tank is coming, but they're getting in some trouble. Wei wants to go through there. Breathe back by Fearness, though. This fight is going on for so long as Wei now has chosen to go in, and Fearness is down.
Angel.
FPX are running away from the Dragon Pit. Angel expertly gets out of that Chains of Corruption and right to Care for a double kill. Make it a triple. He might even find that Quadra. They give it to him. No. Wei goes for it as he'll find that final kill. They'll move on to the Dragon, and RNG are cooking.
Angel was dangerously close to getting a pentakill in that team fight there. RNG just tear apart FPX in the team fight in front of the Dragon. They get it, and they're also going to go towards the Baron, and it starts off with the chains connecting for FPX onto Gala via Care. It looks like a really strong start to the team fight, but Reeve is teleporting back with a full health bar, and no one's able to take him out. Sure, Fearness tanks up this armor, which is really strong. It stops the backline from being threatened, but he ends up dropping because of it. Too much damage goes into him. Care flashes into a bit of a precarious position, and Angel just gets access via the shuriken flip onto Lilla.
Yeah.
Care, unfortunate retreat path, but just falls right into the hands of Angel.
And I'll just say, moments like this for RNG, that's when you are thanking everything before this that Ming is here, right? And obviously we don't have the voice comms of that if you're just casting it, but it's gotta be so much control coming from this duo of Wei and Ming that comes from Gala, from Breathe, because back and forth that fight was for like a minute and a half. We had TPs both ways. It was so taut. And FPX falter at the last second.
Yeah, they do. Definitely a bit of a shame to see it happen. We'll see what a potential
Right in the
recovery.
ship for RNG.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? They're turning the ship around. Getting to see it live here in Game 1 against FPX. I think though,
I'm just imagining Ming with like a rope tying a ship to like making it come back around, go in the right direction. I don't think that's something that Ming would do.
No, I don't think it is. But I think
They might go fishing though, because Ming has been fishing like crazy.
he has. I think even though they're down 6k gold though, the game is still kind of playable at this stage in the game. They just
gotta get
need
a
to
pick, I
find.
feel like,
Yeah,
for
they just
FPX.
need to find. They just need to find a pick. They need to find their way onto Gala. They need to find a way to shut down Angel. To be honest with you, I think if Fearless can get a really solid all out whilst he's diving and kind of immobilize him very temporarily, and Angel can get bursted down, it's a potential option. But the thing is, he's got Zhonya's Angel, so even if that happens, as long as he doesn't get stunned, he can just very quickly use that stasis. As bottom side tier 2 gets picked up, and Teleport's going to come through immediately from Care because he has to make it back to the base. It's being broken so quickly by RNG.
The siege is still going though. This is really rough. The Baron's still up for a minute and 15 seconds for RNG. They're looking at an inhib tower here. Gala should be able to clean that one up, and quickly with another wave crashing, mid lane should fall too.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors I think is on the cards here. Very cleanly for RNG. Next wave is already here. And FPX might just eat this Ash Arrow. Oh no!
He goes back in though. Care, the man in the back line. Breathe has found their back line though. And Care, you ain't got nothing to return to as RNG have burned up your home. You may be a phoenix that needs to come back from the ashes in this second game, because FPX are done and dusted. As a 12-3 scoreline, a slow but methodical game from RNG. And they'll find one last tower and their eyes on the Nexus.
That was a very, very meticulous game from RNG. Very slow pace, 1 minutes in the game. Once it exploded, it was blown wide open. LWX might just die.
Oh, so close. So close. They get one back. Angel loses some of that KDA, but I think they'll take that all day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. RNG game 1 victory, super clean for the most part. FPX just didn't really look for too many proactive plays, I think it has to be said. Despite having things like the Sejuani, Chains Corruption, it felt like it was always RNG that were first to the punch, and even if FPX had, you know, ideal setup around some of the early dragons, it's broken apart very quickly and very easily by RNG, and specifically the pincer movements of Wei and Angel. So a lot to sort of go backstage and think on here for FPX, but for RNG, a very well thought out and slowly played game with a lot of calculated thought behind it, which is probably the first time perhaps that we could say that about RNG since they've had this lineup come back in.
And I think for Lula and LWX, I was saying I really like the Heimerdinger outside of lane more so than the Ashe, but I think you got to realize that it is Ming on the Ashe, and so much control, so much vision game, so much setup with those enchanted crystal arrows. They were hitting every 40 seconds or so. So I think it was that just step up to the occasion for RNG, where they were sitting at 2 and 4, and they need to kind of try to get back up into that upper echelon and not find themselves at almost last place here. And this is a step in the right direction against an FPX team who is still trying to figure out a lot of things and is a primarily newly, promoted development roster besides the likes of LWX. And it is a tough test to kind of pull that together when RNG are starting to stream forward.
Yeah, and I think for RNG as well, it has to sort of be mentioned, right? The run of schedule just before this was quite rough. It was basically all top 5 teams. I think it was LNG, IG, EDG, JDG off the top of my head. So it's not like they've had an easy run of schedule. But obviously the sort of things are starting to be brought together here for RNG. Very, very slowly but surely. And like you say, for FPX still, right now in this series, need to find something that suits them in terms of comfortability. Otherwise, they might just end up getting rolled over 2-0 here because RNG look like they are a lot more on form than what we're used to seeing them so far this year.
And I think both Breathe, Angel had great performances. Galaming had a very tenuous, but ended up having great positionings around the late game team fights. But for me, it's the fact that Angel, again, coming from not necessarily being delved all those resources, but coming over into the roster a little bit later in the season and trying to figure out where he really fits, feels good that he's going to have a performance like this on the Akali, that when given resources, you know he can kind of slam it home on a champion that does require a lot of mechanics.
Yeah, absolutely, and should be earning MVP if I had to wager. I guess it's probably him, Way, or Breathe. If I
you see all those blue bars on Breathes?
Yeah,
I'm just results based analysis here. No,
yeah, just results based. It should be Angel though, right? Like
it should be.
If it is Breathe, I'm not gonna say it's unearned or anything. He definitely had a really solid game on that Scion. He was a pretty big lucid for FPX. In fact, his engage was what won the game there at the end. He somehow managed to find his way a pain train from the base angle of FPX.
Yeah.
So I think for FPX, moving on to them, looking for, to me, I think whenever you're struggling like this, but you've got a strong foundation, right, with two very what can be consistent carries in Care and LWX, just go to your bread and butter stuff, right? Easy to execute, R button press team compositions, and just work with it. Find some kind of consistent scaling and try and build off that. Otherwise, again, I feel like RNG, on the form they're in right now, you could be looking at a 2-0 at this rate.
Well, we'll have to find out, and we're going to take a little break here while we do. We'll be back with game 2 just a little bit.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is he playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wisecan's going to come in lane, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my god. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Trying to 2v1.
He's going to go
Are they about to end up on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten his GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Repose comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Castra. They get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them. They ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy. No matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school. Surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'm the real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
下一场对战 Formulars 的话，我觉得他们还是围绕下路打的吧。我觉得我们下路只要做好就可以。因为之前是就史特明就是刚回来嘛，然后我们也下路也还在磨合，然后中单目前也是换了人嘛，然后也就是大家一起来磨合。我觉得磨合下去的话，我觉得我们会慢慢变好的。想要对林文祥说的话就是，目前我们两个队的成绩都不理想嘛，但是就是希望我们打的时候可以打出一场精彩的比赛。
An excellent match indeed, at least for Gala in that first one. But what a game for RNG to come out of. They said, at least Gala said, it's all about the bot lane, playing through them and trying to figure out how to win against them. And they definitely did in game number 1. But it is who is it that got MVP? Jamada?
I don't want to say that I wouldn't be surprised if it happened just because funny. But Breathe did get MVP, ahead of Angel
that-
this game.
So you're saying results-based analysis worked? I saw a bunch of blue bars, and he wins the MVP. Oh man,
He does.
The
He does.
payoff.
And
It's
I
a
mean, look.
dopamine rush for sure.
Look, right? I will say, Breathe had a lot of really solid and consistent pressure on the map this game. And frankly, he was also a bit of an unkillable brick wall in this entire setup for RNG, to be honest with you. And no one on FPX could really deal with him, right? You had bruises on the top side and tanks, and then you had not an on-hit Varus, you had a Leaf Alley Varus. So the setup was pretty much just there for success, right? And team fight after team fight, I mean, look at his health bar, it's just not going down.
Yeah.
This is like the two pivotal team fights, he just doesn't
He's
get
standing
anywhere
there
near close to dying.
menacingly.
Looking at me, he's not even doing anything, he's just standing there.
And I brought that up in one of the team fights because it literally was just like the health bars difference between Breathe and the rest of everybody else that was playing the video game at the same time was just a lot. And then this one,
Look at this.
the choo-choo train from behind.
I can hear the Tokyo Drift music playing as he gets closer. That's what someone on FPX just said. And yeah, it was just a bit of a nasty silent performance from him. Should Angel have maybe gotten a look in here? Yes. But to be honest with you, I think Breathe earned it, right? And for RNG as a whole, I think a super positive game to look back at. And I think this is the kind of level of discipline and level of execution of play that we've come to expect from RNG in the past. And we need to now continue to see this moving forward from this point.
Yeah, and you could hear Gala in the interview saying, you know, we're still working on our synergies. Yes, they've been together for a long time. New seasons mean that there are new things and new synergies need to be developed, even if you have been playing together for so long. So I'm definitely looking at this second game to see a continuation of that for RNG. But on the other side of FPX, they've struggled to put something together to really have consistency, it feels like, this spring. And yes, Hacker changes some things up, but I know we weren't really necessarily thinking it really holistically changed their play style. And FPX here now need to find a way to pull back from game number one.
Yeah, and you know, to me, I'll always say the easiest thing to do, just find compositions where you press your R key and you go, right? Simple lane setups, simple team fight engage tools, and just kind of work from there. And I think when you've got players like Care and LWX, you're always going to have the damage sort of portions of your composition sorted from the lineup perspective. It's just about building that very consistent team composition to actually deal with RNG. FPX are going to be on the blue side this time around, so we'll see if that changes things up in terms of priority for them. And we'll see what RNG also potentially look to adapt to and against FPX.
So they did ban the Lucian, Zeri, and Maokai last time for FPX when they were on the red side, but we see the Jax joining that Lucian ban for them now that they're on the blue side. It is the double prio jungles, Elise and Maokai taken off. They do not want to give any tools to Hacker, and Wei feels like he's got a confident pick into whatever he can bring.
Yeah, seems to be the case. We'll see what FPX decide to ban away last year. It was a bunch of AD carry bans in game number one from FPX, as Ash is going to join the ban table, so I think this is trying to maybe force out a Sejuani ban as well from RNG, and then maybe Hacker can go towards something else, but it's going to be Zeri taken off the board and away from LWX, which honestly makes a fair amount of sense. And I think Sejuani, Varus, these are the kind of picks that are likely going to be taken up here for FPX in the first rotation. But it's kind of up to them on what direction they want to go and what they want to take away specifically from RNG. Like you said, I think Wei has a bunch of answers into whatever Hacker is willing to go towards, so it seems like the Varus just makes a little bit more sense, right? A lot more consistent priority in the bottom side of a lot of those matchups, and then you can try and answer out in the next couple of picks.
Now, Heimerdinger still on the table, and yep, there's RNG hovering that one. I guess it is just really strong in terms of a lane control type of situation. You can also get a lot of cheese moments out of it, and the combo with the Varus is very strong. So RNG, just take that away. I want to see if they are going to go ahead and grab an ADC as the third pick, but they grabbed the Wukong before handing over the pick to FPX.
Ooh, interesting. Are we going to get Caitlyn and Varus together? It's always very interesting when you get these double AD offers. And is Hacker
this is Hacker's Lee Sin. I mean, this is absolute comfort. He literally has double competitive played games on the Lee Sin than any other champion. but it is just not meta. So I'd be really interested to see how it goes. But
Not
we
yet.
do get that Lux lock. Yeah, not yet until Hacker
Not
says
yet.
something. But it is the double really heavy poke bottom lanes with the Lux. I love to see this integration for Lola, and they get a lot of that setup again with the Sejuani for Hacker.
Yeah, it seems like we might be just getting Jin Heimlinger on the other side. I think Lee Sin, once we hit live or the next patch where he does get that buff, I think he's going to be a fair amount stronger, but I don't know if it's going to bring him into meta by any means, but maybe that will help out FPX if they make it to the patch. As RNG are just going to answer out with Jin Heimlinger. We've seen what this lane can do. Super annoying poke, lots of CC, and more importantly, setting up the potential engage for Wei is super crucial and important to me. I think a lot of the time Wukong is usually kind of secondary engage, right? That's kind of how he works, or he's maybe setting up for the more important means of CC, but when you've got the long range sort of the grenade and the curtain call and things like that, all of a sudden the Cyclone is more of an actual damage threat than it is sort of CC setup. So we'll see how RNG use these tools. Looking at the bans though, we're going to see Angel's Rise taken away, and a lot of mid lane focus in general from both these teams.
Yeah, you get the Jace, which has that flexibility obviously right now, but the Yone as well. And I'm really wondering for FPX what they try to want to ban out here to try to focus the side lane. Yeah, I mean, I think Silas adds so much, but I'm really looking at the solo lanes of RNG to be a big punishing threat to FPX, because the Jin, while I love Jin, 4 is my number, Jin is my king. It is still trying to find carries on other teams for late game, right? Like I love Jin, but you're not gonna find that like wombo stopping late game carry from Jin. It's a lot more of that setup for him. So I'm very much looking forward to this kind of adaptation from RNG.
Yeah, so am I, and I think for FPX, I am expecting probably the Silas
menacingly
in their side, and Breathe is gonna just stand there menacingly yet again. I wonder if Fearless is
look at that face.
Oh, it went away. I wonder if Fearless is gonna feel as compelled to go towards the Cassante again after how the matchup went the last time. It felt like he couldn't really get that much impact, and I think looking at the RNG draft right now, I feel like a repeat could be on the cards. Like the lane matchup is always going to be fine, right? But how much consistent use are you going to be able to find yourself in? I think trying to sort of swap up in-game role, maybe you take away Bree from the team fight, try and angle a wall and take him out of the fight with an all-out is maybe your best bet, so that the rest of the team can play out a 4v4. We'll see what the angle is for Fearless, but now for Care, I'm expecting another Silas game. I'm expecting the Silas Sejuani, and you just try and win out on the 2v2 in the mid lane. Angel had the hover of the Akali.
This is something that's been left open. Let's go.
Okay.
All right. So he's saying, I believe in being safe in the laning phase and making it to that late game spike.
It's bold. I'll give it. I will give it to Care, and I feel like RNG, they would feel okay going in AD mid if they really wanted to punish the Kassadin, but I feel like Angel might not even care too much about that avenue. I think he's still just going to go towards something comfortable and something that's just going to be able to shove it in the Kassadin, and the Azir kind of just makes perfect sense for that. And now they've got more zone control, more consistent scaling, RNG, and even if Kassadin might get, you know, a bit of a free laning phase in the sense of farm, RNG are going to have priority pretty much across the board here, and they're going to have very consistent scaling options and ranged engage off of multiple members. So I think RNG have the tools to kind of execute on what they did in game number 1, and it's honestly onus for me on FPX again to try and find the means to get Kassadin into a spot where he's comfortable to play the game again.
Dude, gosh, just looking at this draft, don't we have such a splendor? No, it's literally look nowhere else but bot lane in the early parts of the game and check in on everybody else later. Like, I'm so interested that we've put it like pretty much all in cards for both bottom lanes, and really a big advantage needed for both sides, it feels like, especially early on, to have some of that oomph in the tank. But with these solo lanes, it just feels like junglers need to put a spotlight on bottom lane and not walk away.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think with the lanes the way they are in the solo lanes, there just shouldn't really be too much action unless there's a whole bunch of heavy trading going on.
I mean, I guess if you find Angel for like early on for carry, just start stacking early and you maybe run it that way. But I definitely want to see a kind of adaptation for both junglers going down to the bot lane, because we didn't get that early proactivity in game number 1.
There were attempts, right? I think that's the
they
crucial thing.
looked at each other.
There was a lot of pressure. Look, man, it's not my fault that both the RNG and RNG and FPX bottom lanes, rather, just kind of decided to play their own 2v2. We did have Hacker come down to the bottom side and force Garnering away a couple of times, and The same did happen on the response when the Herald was being taken, but like generally actual fighting, we didn't get to see. So hopefully a little more of that, and we'll feel like we're actually in the LPL. For now though, we are here for game number 2, and we'll see if it actually unfolds this way.
Gotta love those loud gyos as we get into the second game. FPX versus RNG, as you said, RNG on their way to finding some promise here in the later part of the split, trying to push their way to the top of the table here, regain some of that former glory from just last year winning MSI. And FPX, on the other hand, have gone with a lot of developmental tools, have brought in a couple standout pieces, has kept LWX, but it's about chaining together some consistent performances for them. As we look at these runes here, the double Arcane Comet bot lane for FPX, looking for that poke yet again, just like in game number 1.
Yep. See what LWX and Lilla can get done with all of that additional poke. LWX again has gone towards the teleport. It's not going to be cleanse to get out of a grenade or a deadly flourish. Definitely very interesting to see this choice of summoner spell come out, especially after last game where it felt like he was the very consistent target of Ming's focus with the Ash arrows. Again, I feel like Ming is just going to consistently play that nuisance card as this Heimerdinger, and we'll see whether or not the focus will yet again be LWX and how he'll deal with it if it is the case.
And we see Hacker doing this path down towards bottom lane, which gives him the option to come punish a pushed up Gala in Ming. And I think we saw actually Wei start that red buff, go up to Krugs, and now going to Chicken. So maybe being able to stop die this mid lane, but I'm guessing that path is going to lead his way down bottom side.
Yeah, Wei's going to end up here after the rest of the camps. Hackers are already here, and he's unfortunately going to see, I think, just as he comes out of the brush, that there is that ward, so he's just going to sweep it away. Unlikely to see if he can find anything in the mid lane. Carla and Ming are actually going to force Hacker back. Gonna feel kind of mad they lose the ward, but they know where Hacker is, and that should also prompt Angel to maybe just hover towards the top side of the map as well for now, just to avoid the potential of getting walked on by Hacker. So RNG kind of just thwart some of that early aggression that Hacker was perhaps looking to find on the bottom side of the map, and the bottom side match up in the 2v2 and continue to go towards Gala and Ming. Needs to be a little bit careful though. I guess Gala has a whole bunch of pots because he started boots. Super important to dodge out some of those skill shots, and they'll be okay.
For now Hacker is looking mid, and Angel not really suspecting much. We'll see the portal coming out of the bush though. He'll still have the flash, doesn't even have to use his care pretty low on his own right. Will get poked down if he does extend a little bit further. Care just trying to get that level up, takes his health as a trade there.
The poke damage comes down from Angel, and Angel actually has 2 points in the queue. Thankfully, we have the observer clicked onto him. So if Hacker had committed,
oh my god,
goodness.
does the character just die?
I think he's dead.
One more! Oh my god, that was so close.
Pop your pots, eat your biscuits. Biscuits is what just saved Care there. Popped his biscuit at the last second, and I think the actual proc itself, if there's
Look at this. Oh my god, the deadly flourish. The grenade Wei is coming in. This could be first blood for RNG. They find LWX. The Phoenix will live no longer in the bot lane.
Man, that was super close as well. LWX almost got the trade kill back, but fortunately for them, RNG Gala had to just step away from that. And again, that's kind of, you know, the unfortunate situation of having teleport and not cleanse. Now, positive of having teleport is if you die to this play, you actually still get the wave. So, you know, pros and cons, right, in the early stages for LWX. The kill gold still goes over to Gala, and he's going to find himself a Noon Quiver reset, so he's going to be super happy about that. But a great proactive play towards the bottom side, and that's what we said we wanted to see from both these junglers, and it's Wei that's first to the punch. Deadly Flourish into Grenade. LWX can't move for like 2.5 seconds. The piercing comes so close to killing Gala, but it's just not quite enough.
And I'll just say it's a Noon Quiver versus a Tier and 2 long swords in the bot lane, and that is all that Jhin can ask for. The power that you're going to have to poke down now onto LWX and Lilla. I'm very much looking forward to RNG kind of pressing this advantage bot lane, even if it is something pretty small. But Dragon is now on the table. That gives them a little bit more resources to try and take down bottom lane. And with the way that Wei is pathing, he should just make his way down here eventually.
Should do.
Looks like FPX have a little bit of info, though. They actually pinged out his chickens just now. So either somebody has a little bit of that context here for FPX, given some vision game knowledge.
For now, vision will play a big part in FPX's, I don't want to say wanton aggression, but they definitely want to always be the ones that are pushing forward in this lane and just trying to get, you know, consistent poke, especially with the Lux specifically. And you can definitely say the same thing for Gala and Ming, but the pressure, the chain TC is super powerful. Once that level 6 comes in, the burst damage can effectively just remove either Ming or Gala. And they want to have the freedom to do that, and Hacker is trying to provide that freedom just by the constant hovering as well. Wei kind of just understands that he needs to be around here too. And both the junglers, as we said, wanted to see are being drawn down here, as Hacker's just basically playing bodyguard at the moment.
Pretty much. Just the presence itself is enough to make RNG play a little bit more hesitantly, but now it's about the poke that's going down onto RNG's bottom lane. Because honestly, Hacker, I think, is fine just sitting down here waiting for Wei to leave, but Wei saying, nah, if you want to fight, I'm sticking around.
He's starting up the dragon here.
Kair's on his way. Kair's got level 6. Angel does too, but
got heal.
This is a bit tricky. Is Wei getting a bit low? Now Angel will collapse. They don't have a collapse from bot lane, though. Gala and Ming cannot make it here just yet. Is Kair trying to wrap back around to get these minions on his tower? Should be just that kind of pullback from the original dragon play.
Yeah, all right. Very, very interesting sequence there from both these sides.
A lot of reservation. There's a lot of hesitancy.
But I think from the side of RNG, that's fine, to be honest with you. I think kind of sort of moving from that same theme from last game of kind of discipline, ensuring that even though, all right, cool, they get the Dragon Star, but it doesn't end up going through, just being able to recognize that, all right, we need to take a step back is totally fine. I think, however, if you take it into the context of this game, level 16 Kassadin is always going to be scary and looming, so losing out on a potential early Dragon take to try and force the issue towards an early Dragon Soul is still going to feel very, very rough. And at this rate right now, I mean, Kair's effectively kind of just free farm as far as this game is concerned right now. He's still within one wave of Angel. He's only down 6-7 CS right now. I think RNG and Wei specifically want to try and punish that.
I think Kair is such an interesting call to action for FPX. He is literally just a purely developmental FPX piece, right? He got promoted last March. Loves to get a little bit of that attention for FPX, and we've seen, you know, him be an integral piece to what they've been building around. And especially coming into 2023, it's still about chaining those consistent plays together. And maybe him and Hacker can do so. Maybe they'll find 2 here. It is at least 1 kill in trade to a 1-to-1 scoreline, and Kassadin gets it.
Oh my god!
Oh! Kair, he gets that heal used there. It was very close. Gets the flash from both sides.
Yeah, very, very close from Kair. I'm not actually sure, because he's off cooldown, so did he have it? I don't think he did. Either that or he couldn't get it out in the combo in time, unfortunately, Kair. So that could have very easily been a solo kill, and that could have been a very fast snowball of 2 kills for the Kassadin, but still getting the force out is going to feel great, and the minions will be missed underneath that tower as we get a look at what happens here. Level 6 gets ticked over on the minion wave from FPX, and I imagine that was probably quite planned. The body block comes in for Wei and just sacrifices his life for Angel, as you can see, the E's just off cooldown. Oh. Wow! It just comes off cooldown with the spell cast. That's quite unfortunate for Kair. I think just barely miscalculating the time. It's about 0.1 of a second away. If that's up, Angel would have died. He would have been solo killed, and that would have been 2 kills for the Kassadin, but the pressure is still felt from the side of FPX onto RNG.
We have level 6s, at least for RNG's bottom lane. I was wondering if we're going to get this first dragon finally taken, but it is not going to go down. Rift Herald on the other side. And I do want to check in at these win conditions, because we said earlier, Kair is still on this Kassadin. Do you see hope for RNG in the later parts? I mean, they have the Azir, they have the Scion. Maybe this bot lane a little bit wanting in the later parts of the game, but it feels like they have some setup for themselves.
Yeah, my biggest concern really is who's going to kill Breathe when we get to the later stages, because it is Lethality Varus and a bunch of tanks and 1 mage. So it will take a while to cut through the Scion health bar. So RNG are always going to have something to work with And let's not forget how much damage. Ooh, hello, engage. Hold the point.
Hacker, that's the final spark and the kill to Lula.
It's just too much CC. You don't get to move. Very, very unlucky for Ming. Once he gets hit by that Glacial Prison, his fate is effectively just sealed. And now FPX are going to turn this into a dragon. Really fast movement.
So Rift Herald on the other side, though.
Yet still going to be traded. That's the important thing. So RNG need to find some really efficient use out of that Herald, in my opinion, because again, the looming threat of that level 16 castle is always going to be there. And that's going to be difficult to deal with. And sure, Breathe might be unkillable, but if the rest of your team dies, then who cares about an unkillable tank?
You're left there wondering where your team went, and they're all bloody and beaten around you. We see actually that trade of ultis down bottom lane and where Ming had burned that flash.
And Ming is hovering around here. He's going to get shoved in.
He's got the care locked down, rockets to the face, but it's still not enough. Can somebody clean this up? Somebody's got to take the kill. The turret, the deadly flare's not enough. Care. He's making the great escape away. Says, nah, I'm going to slam that door. He'll pick up the kill on the mid laner now. Maybe even looking to give Angel some of these Rift Herald plays. No, he's going to take that quick back.
He wants the reset. That's what's going to happen. Hasn't based for a little while. And he's got the Divine Sunder as well, so that's what he wants the reset for. Really,
it's a pretty
really
big reason to back.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on him, see if he can actually find somewhere to get aggressive, because that's going to be a very, very massive power point now for RNG to skirmish around, as no one else is really close to an eye completion for now. As I said, actually, LWX has the Yogus.
Oh, man.
And that's a
They
whole
had
bunch
the
of
combo up again. They throw everything in the kitchen sink at Gala, but they can't get him. Now Ming back down here with Wei hovering. Hacker is here as well, as consistent as a bodyguard for LWX and Lula.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hacker, he just wants the kind of shadow, right? He can see how much pressure his bottom side are getting rather onto the RNG bottom side, and he knows Wei reset recently. He's going to be on this side of the map. He wants to
The
just
Cyclone
ensure
is
that
available,
no
nothing
play.
else.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure no play happens, right? Even if it's just the Cyclone, they're going to spot him out finally. And they know he's there. Now RNG just going to have to back away from this play for now.
All right, so Hacker doing his job, just making sure nothing goes too awry in bottom lane, and waiting for Care to keep stacking up. I think they'll be fine with how much poke and kind of just catch-up potential they have between LWX and Lula to set up Care. And really right now, it's just the Care show. Wait until he gets 16, throw ultis at your enemy, and watch him clean it up.
Yeah, exactly. We're in a bit of a filler arc right now for Care. You know, it's...
He's training away. What's your favorite filler arc out of all the animes you've watched? What filler arc is this for Care?
This feels like, for any Dragon Ball fans out there, and this is a bit of a niche call out, I guess.
Okay.
It's like that one episode where Goku and Piccolo go to get their driver's license. They don't drive, they can fly. They don't need a driver's license, they can fly. But it's still a really fun episode, and for Care right now, he's having a pretty good time. He's already got.
He's going to get his driver's license.
He's got the road. He's getting his driver's license. Yeah. Once he hits level 11, then I guess he's got it, and then the filler episode is over.
True. It is going to be that Roa now completed for him, though, so starting to stack that one up. FPX are looking towards bottom lane with all that pressure we were talking about earlier, and I don't really see a response to come out from RNG just yet. And again, I think what you've said in draft, onus is definitely on RNG to get something going here, and we haven't seen them be able to get anything, especially not Ming, who gets his health bar taken away from him.
Yeah, that was with no Chains of Corruption and no AP on Lilla either. He's just got this, the Spell Thieves, so, and a bunch of CDR. Now, we'll see actually what Lilla wants to do. It looks like it's just going to be a Shirelia's or something along those lines in terms of item buff, as Wei is going to get forced back here.
Wei doesn't really have any help here.
Smite, and he might actually just about get it.
He actually does. Sigala and LWX taking some trades on bottom lane. That tower will still survive. Wei defends his jungle, maybe a little bit of his pride. As Ming coming back down forwards, Wei will see Hacker go over the wall. He sees him actually hop over the wall and then go over the other wall. And now wrapping back for a backing LWX. He's coming around the corner. He'll see him. LWX, Chains of Corruption. The Cyclone flashed away. Tries to get that second activation here. Curtain Call is open up. And let's see if he can land these shots.
No.
Lula dodging out. Lula goes down to Wei, trying to make some fancy feet. But Wei traded back to LWX. And it's catastrophic catastrophic rather. Kills going
you
both
go.
ways on bottom lane here, and Wei taking the brunt of that for RNG.
Yeah, Wei dead. Couldn't get away from the tower in time. RNG wanted to really force the play. And I think they had the timing to do it, definitely. Unfortunately, the shots are dodged away from it. It means that Wei has to overcommit for the play. Really nice.
Man, he almost gets
reaction
LWX.
flash. Almost, and that's a really nice light binding just to lock Wei in place. But first shot dodged away from, second shot dodged away from, third shot doesn't even really need to be sidestepped, and the fourth one wouldn't have hit anyway, I don't think. And Wei, unfortunately, dies to that final tower shot.
Now WX has a blue buff. That's gonna feel really good. And you thought they had pressure before in bottom lane. Well, I think RNG have realized they just kind of need to abandon that one, as the tower will just go down to LWX. It will be first tower for FPX, as they don't necessarily have a big lead right home, but it definitely feels like they're getting control through this bottom side of the map, scaling into infinity for Care.
Yeah, it's about the game state, right? And what the game actually feels like. And as things stand, RNG still have a fair amount to work with right now in the early stages. But the longer this game gets towards that level 16 mark, and the closer LWX are going to get to item spikes, it's going to feel really tough to deal with all the pokes, to deal with the looming threat. The dragon fight's here,
Final
though.
spark only hits onto Breathe. Cares on the side. He has been seen. Glacial Prison went wide. Breathe is just tanking up everybody. And here comes RNG, the Cyclone, as he will go into zombie mode. And Emperor's Divide brings back LWX. Care not able to find that backline access. They do trade 1-for-1 yet again, but that still favors FPX.
It has to be said, it does favor FPX, right? Still,
The dragon stacking, though,
as well.
good thing.
Yeah, good thing. Definitely denied away from FPX. RNG, you can kind of already see how tanky Breathe is. It took so long for him to die. No one in FPX could actually get through his health bar, and that will continue to be potentially a bit of a problem. But again, if Care murders your whole backline and a bunch of poke flies over the top, it's not really going to be something you care too much about. So RNG, even though they get the dragon as a 1-for-1, FPX is still sitting really pretty in this game in my mind. And again, it's kind of a waiting game where RNG are the ones that have the onus to try and find fights. Breathe is on the front line, and again, I'll reiterate how tanky he is, how many ultimates he soaks up, how much CC it takes for him to die. And the follow-up doesn't come through for a really long time from RNG, maybe a little bit attentive to the fact that Care is on the backside of the fight and they don't want to overcommit to potentially leave their backline open.
I'll just say, in that one, there definitely was a little bit of miscommunication, fella, from the FPX side. I mean, there is no way that LWX ends up as your front line if everybody's communicating there. And you saw kind of Hacker move out the other side, Fearless on the other side. Like, it was kind of just a split and run, and LWX was left hanging. So I think this is something where we're seeing some of that consistency not be there for FPX, but it's still game plan number one is the issue here for game number 2, at least, as FPX are still right and well.
Yeah, definitely, and have the Herald as well. See on the opposite end, RNG have the Herald, so we'll see if that can maybe be a bit of a counterpunch to this pretty comfortable state of the game that RNG have found themselves on the opposite end of for FPX. Because right now, second item's kind of approaching solo lanes, right? And the Archangels actually might be a little whiles away. Care has a lot of components, so I'm not sure how much gold he's actually flatly sat on. But he just sold his refill pot for a measly large rod, so he had a fair amount of gold. Once that second item comes in, that's going to be the big spike for Care, and then of course the level 16. Fearless is getting close to that second item. LWX has his second item, and you can kind of see the RNG feel like the pressure is on the side of FPX, and specifically towards Care as Wei and Angel, and just pairing up on the side lane, trying to see if they can look for a Herald drop perhaps, but it's not going to come through. And the map will kind of go back to this brief stalemate where people are just going to try and catch waves, get to those next item spikes. WX in the mid lane, comfortable. This should always be mid lane priority as well, I think it has to be said. It's carrying the point for FPX too. So again, the pressure points feel really painful for RNG, and it's going to be very difficult for them to find plays even on the side lane because of all the mobility and tankiness some of these members are going to have, and they'll never necessarily have first move or first reaction either because of the mid lane priority.
That's something that they can definitely play around here, and I'm wondering if they can capitalize on a little bit as we do see Hacker coming towards this mid lane. seeing some pings themselves from RNG with Breathe actually heading this way. Does have TP for the side lane response or to get to the fights here. As Baron's on the table, but no team really set up in such a lead to make that a threat. It is Dragon, though, in 1 minute and 10 seconds. And RNG, Cloud Soul may not be that important, but man, when you're facing up against this FPX roster, especially the comp they have, you want everything you possibly can to help you in the late game.
Anything that you can use to stop yourself from being murdered by this Kassadin and maybe even the Cassante is going to be very valuable. So take what you can get. Isn't a Hex Tech Soul?
Banshee's Veil, second item actually for Angel.
Wow. Yeah, I think that really kind of speaks to how afraid he is of some of the damage from Care. Of course, there's a lot of magic damage that comes out of the Lux, and hell, even Varus has a fair amount through the passive, right? So does trim down a fair amount of the burst damage, but it's not a Shadow Flame, it's not a Death Cap, so it's going to stunt his damage a little bit, but I guess what's the point in damage if you're not alive to get it out? So you definitely understand Angel's build path here, and it will definitely provide him a fair amount of safety. Stop him from maybe getting caught out from range pick tools as well from FPX, so not too terrible as...
Trying to stop means reset.
Stop. So, yeah.
I mean, right now, it looks like RNG want to try to reset to get around this Dragon here with Wei actually just bolting that way and try to clear out this mid lane, get a reset. And there's the pings. They stop the backs. They're going for the Dragon potentially now.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, honestly, it doesn't seem like FPX care too much. No pun intended, as we have Care on our screen
going for the tower.
Yeah,
it's PvE combat. Okay, now he's starting to take the tower. Not good, Care. As they don't get the trade. And that's actually huge for RNG. Getting something back on the map. Second Dragon goes to them.
But we are 22 minutes into the game, and it's only the third Dragon that's been picked up, and it's split between two teams. Pretty sure Care's basing for his Archangels. FPX are alright. I think they're fine. And the Roar as well, don't forget, is about to tick over to 10 minutes. So Care's about to get an additional level, so he's going to be level 15. So all he's going to need is one full level of XP. Oh, breathe. Very, very neat.
It's the little things, all right? It's the little things.
Wait,
do it. You won't. You won't breathe. You won't.
I'm looking at the minimap. He did it. He did it. I saw it. He stopped.
I saw Care's back. Stop. Oh my God. At this point, I would just say unstoppable onslaught him and see what happens. But he will get that back off at top side. He does complete that Archangels. Will upgrade into the Seraph. So big item spike now for Care. He'll be hitting that level 15 mark now as we hit that 10 stacks. One level away from the countdown timer hitting doom o'clock.
Yeah, get the 15 out of 6. There you go.
You got your prepper shelter ready?
I hope RNG
I know you got your Bucky's mug. That's important. You got to make sure to have that in the prepper section.
I do. It's
Are you ready when Care comes to town?
We have to make more Texas references, man. Just
we really do.
Just on the connection that we
nobody will understand it whatsoever, but me and you,
Exactly. That's what we need.
Ooh, I just saw this third item actually for LWX. So the Eclipse completed there. The big damage profile. You are, like we were saying, second item for Care. So I guess next question for me is RNG. You're finding even a small advantage is not enough, and want to see how they can kind of approach these team fights later on once they get stacked up.
Yeah, so 2 items across the board for RNG, right? They are down that item in the AD department, but I feel like you're kind of okay with it. As, oh my goodness me, Ming just ate about 500, 600 health from that one arrow. But RNG need to find a fight, and they need to find it soon, because Care's about to tick over to level 16 in the next minute or so. I think he needs a good couple of waves. I haven't seen him on the side lanes too much since he's returned back out onto the map for this item spike. Because once that level 16 comes in and that 3 item spike is there, we saw how much poke damage is already available, and Lulu also has the Everfrost, which is a completed item, so it's a fair amount of AP. Close. And he is super close. Yeah, look at that. So
RNG are pinging.
I mean,
they're pinging on the Baron.
Oh, I mean, it's technically off vision, but FPX are here. So awkward timing. I like the creativity though. It's a solo queue play that you'll see every now and again, where Heimerdinger just drops his entire combo over a wall with the turrets, the upgraded turret as well, and it just melts a Baron super quick. But FPX not gonna get caught unawares.
There it is.
And there you go.
Level
That's
16. The shark hits the water as he gets a reset and comes back onto the rift. They'll have that Void Crystal in pocket as well as a stopwatch to make sure things can be met. And I do really, again, back to that conversation, is like RNG just feel like they are sputtering to find direction. And that is our biggest question here for them, is there is a clear game plan from FPX, the way they drafted in the end of the draft. You have to find some way to answer that, and RNG have yet to do that.
Yeah, and I feel like in game number 1, the game plan was relatively clear for RNG, right? In comparison to this game where it feels a little bit more all over the place. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because this Baron is just being burnt down again. FPX
I mean, this is like what they have. This is where they're setting up. This is how they're trying to get FPX off kilter here. Breethe's going to take him up, but there's no follow-up. Like, you got to have the follow-up if this is going to be happening. Breathe will flash out. Fearness feeling very confident to go forward. Glacial Prison comes out now. Wade's in some trouble. Wade dragged back by the all-out, and LWX gets the kill. RNG, they hesitate, and they get punished for it. As the knockback comes out of Breathe, Breathe will go down as well. A kill, 2 of them to LWX. Curtain calls coming out there. Gets one more shot in the back. Breeze trying to chase him down. Doesn't do it. Fourth shot does connect onto Lula. As the Baron started up by FPX, but Care healing up and stacking up to the side.
Yeah, Care. Probably you can afford to go back to base 4. You can look for a flank angle. Lula! He's dead!
Flourish! Ming gets a little bit lower at Care on the side. You got to be really careful. He wants to come over the wall. Oh,
he's stacking.
He stacks one more. Goes over the wall. Gala not going to go down. Gala flashed onto. Not taken out. He's too quick for you. As now Angel will be the sacrificial lamb of RNG.
Oh, Gala's putting out so much damage in response, but there is just too much threat on the side of FPX, and a 3v5 has to be said. Valiant effort from RNG to stop the Baron from going down, but you just fear a repeat of this is going to go on, don't you? That FPX is just going to return back out to the map full strength and very happily play this dance out again. And this time, I'll tell you, they probably won't fail in succeeding to get everything they want out of the team fight. Breathe. You can still see, actually, the replay is going to start well and advance past that point. Breathe, I want to say, it's still so tanky, but look how much damage is available to Gala. He just removes Lula from this team fight. And Care just on the bottom side of this fight, just stacking, gets the R flash. He almost has lethal for Gala. If he gets the E out just a frame sooner, Gala's dead. And they can maybe consider doing the Baron, but they just back away, go for the safer option, reset. Now they're on the map and they're ready to play this game again.
I'm back to the trades. Fearness down this time, the one that's caught out a little bit. The knockups do come through. They're putting a lot of damage on him, but he's just as tanky as Breathe. Tanking so much of that brute force of RNG. And this is somebody you always have to mark. It is Care, as he might be finding himself marked and caught in the side. The grenade, not going to do it, and Care makes it out. Those rift walks a little OP.
Just a little bit. Remember when Kassadin R first got changed? Because, of course, this Kassadin R is super short-ranged. Just called it a Rift Limp when it first got changed. It's still pretty damn strong.
Look at this, though.
Oh, yeah,
They're still trying to force the hand. Care did not back. He did not have TP available. He has to stick around in the fight. Gala just took a brunt of damage as Care's over the wall. He got spotted out. Glacial Prison. It will connect on Angel. Angel, you'll use the Emperor's Divide, though, separating out FPX. Care is now with the rest of his team, though, and Breathe finds himself in a deja vu as RNG back away.
Team fight's almost a pretty much one-for-one picture of the previous fight. Breathe on the front line again, tanking up so much damage. He can't really be killed. It takes 5, 6, 7 seconds for the side of FPX to burn through him. But again, the problem remains that RNG can't respond with the amount of damage that FPX's side is putting out. So it kind of just ends up being a bit of a neutralization here. Breathe teleports back just to maybe force the hand again of FPX. This dragon is just flat out being ignored, by the way. It's been on the map for a while.
RNG are just forcing FPX to not focus on anything else but fight this Baron fight. And honestly, I don't see another way for RNG to force this map play. Like, it has to be around forcing fights around objectives.
The problem is, FPX are kind of okay doing this dance over and over. Eventually, RNG are gonna falter, right? It feels like even if RNG find LWX or Lula, it's not gonna matter if they don't find Care, who's a little bit too slippery to be locked down right now. They're on the Baron again. I think that ward is giving them so much information.
Oh, the ward. They want to go in, though. Maybe Hacker moving forward now as well. Care on a stack up. He's actually taking some shots from the Baron buff. FPX kind of backing off here. Wade decides to move forward just to bait out a little bit of engage from Hacker. Short shot. Oh, Gala gets a snipe. Get a knockback from Pyranus though. Still ridiculously tanky. Care goes over the wall finally to join this fight as Way, the clone, beautifully done to mitigate a lot of the damage. And Hacker's down. So that's a Baron. RNG starting it up.
Potential. There's definitely potential for this one. There's going to be a teleport from Fearless. Definitely. It just depends on where it wants to come from. Perhaps on the top side of the pit.
Two Rift Walk. Oh, okay. I don't think they got this one. No legendary steal from LWX as RNG. They get the Baron.
I'm more surprised that FPX are actually just letting RNG walk out with that one, to be honest with you. But I think they just don't feel confident in taking the 4v5. I would actually chance FPX to maybe win it, to be honest with you. So I think they're just going to go towards this dragon, pick it up, ensure that RNG can't get it, and then look for a reset. Though, as I say, Way's actually already down here, so maybe RNG care? Doesn't seem like RNG care at all. Dragon will go over.
It'll be trading back.
Just to trade back. And the fourth dragon of the game goes down at 31 minutes into the game. Is this League of Legends even at this point?
I just can't believe that RNG are still giving FPX a run for their money here. I mean, they've hit the dupe clock, but the dupe clock, it's just like it didn't click over. It's still you're hitting it, you're tapping it with a couple of hammers, trying to figure out how to make it continue. As it is that third item completed for Care, so maybe the clock starts ticking a little bit more here, and it really is a testament to RNG's kind of that whole conversation we've had, riding up the ship. Finding some decisiveness in these late games does signify that shot calling has found a little bit of a home back with RNG.
Yeah, definitely. Said the key word was just that sense of order in that previous game, right? Just all of that slow, meticulous play. Way actually uses the clone to eat the chains of corruption there. Really nice. And find a bit of damage onto Fearless.
Wait, but Way was trying to mark Care. You got the rockets raining in. The final spark used back. The curtain call. Not going to do much against these tanky members. I really like that Way was actually holding Care there, because Care doesn't want Way. He wants the squishier members, and he can't really deal with the damage that Way actually puts out there. TP's now coming back in. This Baron buff is doing wonders for RNG in this siege.
It really is. Baron buff slowly ticking away here. RNG on the bottom side. Ming is low, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. However, RNG are just going to signal a retreat here. Maybe towards the mid lane is the court of play here. Seems to be the case. RNG just trying to chip away at the towers when and where they can. And FPX are going to have to try and answer this one, otherwise they will lose 2 towers. But I think, all things considered, they're still okay in the state of the game. We just need to see a successful fight actually come out for FPX with this late game Kassadin hack up.
Dude, Angel's actually doing so much work to Hacker. Like,
yeah, he is.
Angel is no joke in this game. I see Ming catching Care out on the side. Again, it's literally just about marking Care. And they've done such a wonderful job of it so far. It's not just been one person marking him. They are assigning different members every time they come into a situation like this, and Care can't find an end.
Yeah, really, really good from RNG to just consistently have a man marking system with Care. And since the Baron, the last 2.5, 3 minutes, Care's not been able to find the same level of threat towards the backline as he was able to around the Baron pit. Now RNG, their sights are set on this tier 2 on the top side. They're taking the other 2 whilst the Baron was up. We'll see if they still have the sieging power to make work of this tower, as Care again is on the side of the team fight looking for it. He actually does a fair amount of damage to the clone, which means he would deal that much damage, I believe, to Way. So we'll see how much he actually decides to care about that man marking from Way now. If he can get past the bodyguard that Way is cosplaying as. The rest of RNG really stepping far back forward here.
That's the thing. Way has the tools to deal with Care. That's why he's been marking him in a lot of these fights. It's so disgusting, the amount of damage and the amount that he can mitigate with the clone.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. RNG, they're sticking around for now. Angel's setting up for a blue buff. Just going to be stolen away here. This feels... Do you know what this feels like, Mazel? This feels like I'm watching like a season 5 or 6 game. Man, this is real slow, by the books League of Legends, which I feel like I've been shut off from for the last 6 years. Also, with how fast so many games often go. We're at the earliest 6 minutes away from a soul being picked up at 35 minutes into the game, and at longest 20, basically.
And I feel like there's enough damage at least for RNG to capitalize. They take another one of these team fights, but again, we're getting you know, further item completions where you got 4 items for both ADCs, and very much looking for FPX to utilize some of this. But again, Care can't get caught in the side lane. He's just been oppressed every time that Wei sees his face.
Just not able to do anything, has he? Care. He's been shut down really efficiently by RNG. I've really enjoyed seeing how RNG have been able to make use of just information and constant tracking of the FPX mid laner. And to me, RNG, a much better look comparatively to the previous weeks, right? Again, a lot of context to it. Fearless. How unstoppable is he?
All out, all the way over,
Oh my
and
God,
Ming was the
me?
target. He gets him! The double knockback, FPX. They turn on its head a play from RNG.
I can't believe it. Reeves even going to maybe get this tower on the back end of it as well. Real nasty from FPX. Fearless to find that one. Riot! Fix it! I'm sure someone's saying in chat right now. Fix it! But that's just Kasante for you.
They're pinging on the Baron now. It is spawning right now, and FPX are making the play.
No reason for them not to either. RNG and numbers disadvantage at the moment.
Are we really flipping this right now? Is this what we're doing?
Yeah, we're flipping.
Gala, no! He gets over the wall, no! Angel! You pushed him to your ADC, and FPX, they capitalize, taking out Gala. It's not gonna matter for long as Ming, he's getting a little bit low. It almost goes down too, but a 600 gold shutdown, as it is FPX that get the Baron.
I can't believe it.
Me? Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
FPX are running at him, and it ain't going the way of RNG. Angel has no say in this. As what a turnaround of plays and heads up play from FPX.
There's an imposter among us, Angels. Emperor's Divide. It's really unlucky. I really kind of hope we get a replay of it. It just ends up shoving Care over the wall into the pit where Gala just flashed. It's an complete accident, but this accident may have just cost RNG the game, and FPX with Baron, even with Care dead, they could consider pushing forward. They're not actually going to get the in-hit. Perhaps this is enough to stave FPX off the base, but my oh my. A comedy of errors from RNG. They lose the Baron. There's 2 minutes left. FPX just going to take a reset for now. We'll see what they can do once they come back out onto the map.
No inhib taken down, but lasting damage in the mid lane for FPX to play around. And my goodness, okay, I guess we're going to look at that one more time.
So it's just, is it the angle that Angel happens to be at? Wow. Yeah.
Wow. So he rift walked, and those final soldiers coming out push him over the edge. Yeah.
Just the way that the soldiers work with the terrain, because he was on that side of the wall. That's where he gets shoved. And honestly, Care could have killed Ming as well if he hit that force pulse. As Wei just 1 CC, 2 CC, dead, and back to the fountain where he goes. Really unlucky RNG, man. We were just praising them as well. The level of discipline and careful thought that had been put into maintaining Care's overall power in this game, just to get caught out by one brief misstep. Potentially FPX on the cusp of just taking back so much standing gold that's been there for them to gain. Let's see how RNG can defend. They still got a lot of damage in response, right? And Breathe is still that unkillable wall. But how unkillable will he be?
He's not looking too unkillable. Has to pop that Gargoyle Stone Plate for about half his health in shielding. FPX still about 30 seconds on this Baron buff. Care's looking at the mid lane inhib.
He is Care. Someone's got to answer him. But my big fear is I don't think anyone can.
God, Gala.
The rest of FPX. Yeah, Gala's going to go back. Just going to shove on this bottom side. Care's
Way's
being
going in on Care, but Care says, I don't care.
He can respond very happily with his damage of his own. They'll get the bottom side inhibitor mid lane now. That's what they're looking at. Breathe again, just tanking frontline damage. There's Curtain Call.
Shooting it onto Lilla. Fearness tanking up. Man, that fourth shot did nothing. That was the Gargoyles, though, I believe, popped there. Oh, Chains of Corruption back on the Breathe. Breathe locked up, stunned down. Breathe having to use that unstoppable onslaught to get out. And RNG starting to lose some of their tools here, but they're looking at Angel, the big stopping power.
Stopping power indeed. Angel's got death cap now as well. He can really find so much damage.
Gale Force, there you go, cares down. Breathe has found the play TP. Decisiveness might just be the kicker here. Fearness goes on to Ming. Fearness finds Ming as he's down in the base. Fearness, he almost takes down Angel, but can't do it. And RNG have pulled the trigger on FPX. Oh, wait, looking for it on LWX. If you can pocket this GA, that's actually huge. Lola's over the side. Flash. LWX, that's another Cyclone up away, getting lower. Deadly flourish from Gala, pulls it as Lola gets one kill back on the way. Breathe is on top of LWX. You got to be really careful here. Angel comes in clutch. Look how much damage he's doing. And the saving grace, the beautiful Angel of RNG comes down to save their day.
It's a complete turnaround.
No
for
way they just win
RNG.
here.
And I think they might just win here. Kare's got 10 seconds left on the death timer. Maybe they're scared, and maybe Kare can pull off a miracle
Kare's
here.
coming up. He's tanking it. This is it. This is a race for the finish. The Doomsday Clock has come back alive, and Kare, he's moving in to clean up RNG.
He's stacking.
That's the Gargoyles, though. Fourth shot on the Hacker. Gala's doing some work here. Kare can't do it. Kare, he's on to Gala. But Angel, he's on the Nexus. Angel, he's on Kare, and Bree takes him down. RNG, they might have just pulled back from the brink of extinction, and Royal never give up.
It's in the bloody name. Royal don't give up. They stay true to the name, and FPX cannot close out. It's a masterclass from Angel and Gala in how to turn a game around. It doesn't matter if you've got a level 16 Cassidy. It doesn't matter if you've got a late game Varus who's taking half HP from the arrows. If you don't lose the Nexus, you don't lose the game. And that was the motto for RNG. And they turn it all around. It's one misstep after the other for FPX. And RNG are the ones that punish, and they punish handily.
And what I want to go back to is the masterclass comment you said, because my God, I don't think I've ever seen anybody handle a comp like FPX had the way that RNG did. It felt rough. It felt chaotic. They were pulling the trigger on a Baron like 6 times in a row, but it was all to bait out and keep FPX hesitant. And one decisive call. Gotta hear those team comp calls from that, because my God, RNG just feel like they're starting to really find their groove.
And look, you can argue it was a bit sketchy towards the end of the game,
sketchy.
Right? So sketchy. But at the end of the day, RNG, especially after they gained the Baron, I think that was probably the best section of gameplay, I think, from them throughout this series. Just man-marking Kare, ensuring that he never had access to the backline was crucial, because you saw how much threat and pressure he had when Kare was kind of afforded that freedom. And as soon as he lost it, that was it. It felt like FPX had borderline been kind of defanged, right? And even though we finally saw a misstep from Gala in the mid lane, and sure, Angel was playing 6th man for FPX with that specific Emperor's Divide, it didn't end up mattering because, again, FPX were lacking that clinical bit of venom to really close out when they had the advantage. And again, Gala and Angel were not willing to give that game up, and they threw out so much damage. I really want to see the after series stats here, specifically from Angel, because it felt like his damage was super silent until the end of that game, where he was just putting out the numbers.
And again, just a little bit of a disappointment for FPX, where it really hasn't been that consistent chaining of good performances into wins in game, right? We see little moments. I mean, Kare, even himself getting a lot of resources, but across the series, I think we saw some bright moments from everyone on the side of FPX. But the thing is, that doesn't matter in terms of wins. And RNG are able to slam the door in a 2-0 victory. That says leaps and bounds about RNG sticking in a series like this, coming off of game 1 that was very dominant, knowing that FPX are going to change it up, adapting your strategies as well, because being on red side, and then finding that win. And that is an LPL gold graph if I've ever seen one.
It really is, isn't it? It's
look at LWX's damage. Like, what the hell, man?
If we ever get to a point where League of Legends ends up in textbooks, this will be the case study kind of graph we'll get. And like you said, you know, LWX, we kind of mentioned on the ending call too. It doesn't matter if he's putting out all of this work and all of this damage, if the damage is also kind of answered in kind from Angel and from Gala, whilst Care isn't able to actually gain access to shut that down. So RNG just do an amazing job through and through. It is
5-1 and 6 for both of the carriers for RNG. Angel really coming into his own for RNG in a sorely missed spot from Xiaohu last year. It has been tough for Angel to find his positioning here, but we saw in the first game his Akali, even though he didn't get the MVP, definitely was in the contention for that and had a great mechanical performance there. And then right here, knowing that he's going against the Cassidy and picking out this Azir that he's comfortable with, really like to see that they're able to integrate Angel after a bit of a rough time with Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I think the fact that we've seen RNG kind of step up and be this unit in this game specifically, and throughout definitely the series, the game one was a lot cleaner, but this game too really showed a lot of tenacity. It's positive signs, right? And sure, you can argue it's a struggling FPX, but we need to see performances like this and, you know, clean on the board 2-0 wins from RNG to regain some confidence in the lineup, not just for themselves, but also for us as analysts and fans at home watching the RNG lineup.
Well, we do have our interview ready to go. We might even get to hear about that shot calling. We have Ming with Sam to take our interview.
Hello guys, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing with the support player Ming from Royal Never Give Up. First, congratulations on your 2-0 victory today, and it's you coming back to the roster to give so much help to RNG. So, what do you think you brought most to the team of RNG? 那么首先恭喜你们今天2-0拿下了比赛胜利，也是你回归到 RNG 之后队伍里面的状态慢慢变好了。那你觉得你的回归对于 RNG 来说带来的最大的帮助是什么？
其实帮助的话就是氛围，还有我自己打得比较久的各方面经验，就尽量分享给他们吧。就还需要再分享的更多嘛，就希望大家都能打得更好，就是竞技状态各方面都是大家慢慢在互相弥补、互相提升的。
I think I brought the good atmosphere to the whole team and my experience of playing so long time. So I need to share more and we can play better. In Game 1, around 27 minutes, there was a long-lasting team fight around the Ocean Drake, and you play very patiently. So, what was the team communication like that time? 那么第一局比赛的27分钟左右，那一波水龙团其实是奠定了你们的胜局。那一波团战当时是打得非常久，而且你们也是打得很耐心。当时队内的沟通是什么样的？
其实因为当时的阵容的话，对面是喜欢打一波的，然后我们的阵容是喜欢慢慢拉扯，加上看技能的，因为我们大招会比对面跑得比较快，就是用大招来找机会，然后加上。西西嘛，西西的上路很弱，所以说慢慢玩，我们觉得可以把对面慢慢玩死，这样差不多吧。
At that time, we think the enemy composition, they have to all in at that time, and we need to wait for our cooldown of ultimates. And we have a very tanky Sean in the front line, so we just don't have to play all in and wait for the ultimates. And in Game 2, the opponents got the Virus Lux bot duel. So, what was your strategy on the laning phase? 那么第二局比赛里面，其实你们面对到的是维鲁斯拉克斯的组合。那当时对线期是怎么样去设计和准备的？
其实拉克斯的话，其实也没想到的。然后一开始是觉得他会选 MF 或者其他类型的。然后碰到拉克斯的话，就是尽量躲技能嘛，就互相看互相的技能命中率，然后互相躲，然后就是。因为维鲁斯在是个 TP， 所以说他的续航能力会比我们强一点，就可能打到中间等级起来的话，会比打不太过他们。
Actually, I didn't expect the enemy team to pick Lux for support. I thought it should be Misfortune or something else. But for Lux, I need to dodge some skills from Lux. And for the mid game, because Varus got TP, so we can't just play with them for a long time on the laning phase. And the last question is about you dealing against the monster Cassidy in the late game in Game 2. What happened in the last 2 minutes? 那么其实说到最后一个问题，也是你们在面对16级卡斯汀的时候，你们在最后2分钟当时是怎么去做的决策呢？
碰到卡萨金其实算意外吧，因为我们有点 BP 的时候有点忘了卡萨金这个存在，然后打的话到后面就是一直在中间找机会的话没找到，就是一直在处于发育的状态。打到后面的话就是等对面失误嘛，然后就是失误就是互相失误偏多嘛，然后最后一波是陈伟，因为他们推下高地的时候被我们打了很多血量，卡萨丁在中路的时候不小心被 Gala 的 W 中了，然后我们跟上技能，然后把他秒了，然后就是大家所看到的，就一鼓作气把对面给推了。
Actually, it was an accident that the enemy team got Cassidy because we forgot this champion in the BP phase. We got farming in the mid game, and in late game, it was really hard to deal with the Cassidy. But in the last team fight, Gala's W caught Cassidy, and we finally win this game. Thank you again for joining us in the interview, and hope you can get more wins. 那么再一次感谢小明来接受我们的赛后采访，也希望他们在之后能够拿下更多的比赛胜利。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Sam. And I love to see that smile of that man, Ming, getting to tell us a little bit of the backstory. We forgot Cassidy existed. And, Gala hits a W, we end the game.
Yeah, I was saying whilst we was technically off air for a sec that I could tell as soon as Ming heard that question and I saw the smile come out, he was gonna say something goofy like that. He's like, well, we forgot, but you know what? It worked out in the end. It was tough to deal with in the mid game, but like they said, Gala clipped him with that W at the end, and after a 40-minute game, that's all it takes to lock down Care.
Yeah, and Gala will be our MVP for the second game, so earning himself another accolade here. And on the Jin performance as well, I find it really interesting that he's able to kind of be that big difference maker in that last moment, like Ming was highlighting, but as well as just consistently finding damage on the Jin against a very tanky comp that for a lot of the game didn't feel like was taking any damage from Gala.
Yeah, right, and he finished the game actually on less gold than LWX did, but it didn't really matter because he was dealing almost 200% of his damage against his gold, so super efficient with it regardless. And yeah, I think especially in the mid game, it's kind of one of these weird games that we've had, Mazel, where I feel like it was kind of hard to track who was dealing damage. I think a lot of it being soaked into the front line is kind of what threw us off a little bit there. But Gala really was putting in a lot of the work. And I think once Gala actually hit 3 items, that's when it became very visible that, okay, Gala's a threat. And I think FPX registered that, but unfortunately they just weren't able to ever effectively shut it down outside of that one pick they found to get the Baron. But even that wasn't enough because even Angel came online, and Angel plus Gala with that much damage available to them with not a lot of threat means that you get a turnaround like this.
Yeah, and I think RNG themselves are going to be feeling good going into a second week of win, right? And especially with a little bit of an easier schedule coming up. So definitely a team to keep your eye on, pushing for that top side of the table, or at least the left side of the table, as they find themselves so far on the right. That is it for our first series of the night, though. But don't you worry, because we got a banger coming. It is WE versus LNG, so don't go anywhere.
Very, very big. Valan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away. As Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic Fnatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more? In the middle of everyone. The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already over.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner, and a cannon ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
They get it away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime to get away from them. The Stop Esports there looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing.
Welcome back to the LPL as the beautiful winter is taking over Suzhou. As we are here, I am Mazel, I'm joined by Jamada yet again, and we're getting into our second series of this wonderful night. It is WE versus LNG, and it's we had the lower part of the table clash earlier. Now we have the top of the table clash where LNG are looking to take on the Titans at the top of the LPL.
Yeah, exactly. LNG, you know, still towards the top end right now. They have shown us that they are very, very capable of nigh uncounterable League of Legends at times. However, they are coming off the back of their first series defeat. So I think we're actually at a pretty interesting point right now where WWE really want to try and get themselves on an upswing here and push themselves towards this top echelon of teams right now, moving into the middle of the split here in the LPL, and they're potentially coming into an LNG rather, who could be on a bit of a kill or a bit of a fall, right? We've seen JDG kind of fall off of their high horse of really, really clean League of Legends into a 2 loss streak. Could they try and make a repeat here happen for LNG?
It's a really good question. I think LNG, after, you know, changing out a majority of pieces for them as a whole, Tarzan kind of being that centerpiece, still an incredibly big brain jungler in the LPL, has destroyed other junglers in last year, but even this year, and that is part of that control with Scout that has found so much success. But coming into this one, it does feel like both teams have similarly kind of found their style and are finding ways to execute it, and maybe some variations here or there, but this is a promising sign at least.
Yeah, you know, even for me, I think LNG came into the start of the split with one of the cleanest sort of styles of play so far throughout a lot of the teams in maybe the first sort of 2.5, 3 weeks. I think obviously they've kind of evolved and changed, and I think the writing was slowly starting to show onto the walls, and then it did kind of sort of get encapsulated in their previous series. I think right now I kind of look towards WE, and I'm half surprised at some of the level of play we're seeing out of them. I felt like we could kind of get a soft repeat of last year, not so much 0-16, but you know, maybe a not so promising sort of start. But so far, with Hope and Iwandi being there, and you know, Shanks kind of being a remaining member from the previous year, and a soft or kind of hard rebuild around that with WE, it feels like they're kind of hitting a bit of a positive stride here, where they understand that Shanks can come out and pull out these big sort of mage mid lane performances, and they always know they can rely on Hope and Iwandi to bring something spicy every single game from the bottom side of the map.
And I obviously have been so keen on looking at the combo of Hung and Shanks, and especially the way that the organization has really delved into Shanks being a pillar of the team, right? And finding ways to utilize Hope with that experience, with that LPL championship last year, but to find ways to make this double carry style work, right? I mean, Hope will always be there in the late game, but the biggest thing for WE has been finding Shanks resources, or getting Shanks out of the map, or getting Shanks a lead in lane, and it pays dividends. I think that's the biggest thing. But today is no slow or slouchy test. It is Scout, literally from EDG fame, world champion in his own right, but finding a new home this year in LNG, and Shanks is going to have a lot to go up against in that laning phase.
Yeah, a lot on his plate. I think, honestly, Hung and Shanks together as a duo, right? It's not just Scout, it's also Tarzan they have to worry about as a duo. So I am very curious to see what kind of mentality, potentially, that you kind of come into a game like this with. Because sometimes it'll be like, all right, we'll play reserved, we'll play the scaling mid jungle, and then we'll try and take over at 2 items. Into a player like Scout and into a player like Tarzan, you can get punished for that very, very quickly and very easily. So maybe this will be a situation where we actually get to see something a little more aggressive, like the Silas or the Akali out of Shanks that we see every now and again, or even maybe the Cassiopeia, which I think he's been one of the few mid laners to bring out from time to time.
Well, we're getting into the arena now, getting everything squared away for this best of 3. And it is WE versus LNG, and I think we've set up a decent amount of like what holistically these teams have been looking and working towards so far. But as we get these lineups here, WE will have Bubu, Hung, Shanks, Hope, and Iwandi across the board.
Exactly, and I want to see what walkout is, because we didn't get the full walkout the last time. Here in Suzhou, we'll be able to get that. So we'll see what kind of creativity potentially we'll get from Team WWE, because I feel like the last couple of weeks, especially the walkouts, they've been leveling up as well, haven't they? Really, I think.
I think they have. Honestly, the fact that we got some of those trade backs, but it looks like there we go. Taking a little bit of time. We finally get the walkouts here as WE taking to the stage. Have a little bit of a different walkout than we've seen in the other stadium.
Yeah,
I love to see it nonetheless.
Yeah, coming from the side. It's I think in the Shanghai arena, I think the entrance comes through the center. Here, gentle waves from the Team WWE members.
Did you know we have 2 hungs in the match, by the way?
Yeah, so actually, funnily enough, and I'm gonna put ourselves on the spot here because we didn't do it in the break or prior to the series. How are we tackling it? All right, I'm British by nationality, so mispronunciation is kind of my birthright. But what are we aiming for here with Hung?
We're gonna find out when we get there. Yeah, I like to say cross that bridge when we get there. My brain is gonna be putting out words, and hopefully they sound okay. That's pretty much where I'm at this point. No, it's a lot of fun to see. Obviously, it makes it easier. They're on both different sides, so and 2 completely separate positions makes it a little bit easier to tackle here. But that is WE. Having taken to the stage, last but not least will be the coach, but next and not least themselves are LNG, who, again, have just been off to the races. Even though they lost one game against IG, one series rather, it does not, in all actuality, give a judge to the rest of their season, because they have been on a tear. Zika, Tarzan, Scout, LP, and Hung in the bottom lane. I think there's just so much that can go right for this squad in terms of carry potential.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think a lot of that will come from the experience of the mid jungle in particular, and it just kind of bleeds on to into the rest of the map. And I feel like for LNG, having that very strong core and center of the map with such a wealth of experience has really brought LNG a very calm and stable version of League of Legends a majority of the time. And throughout so far this spring split, they have dominated every team that they've come across. I will say, however, to mention that, yes, they are 4-1. Yes, they look very clean. They are yet to play any of the top teams.
That's the big thing, man.
With the exception of IG, who they technically lost to, because if you take a look at their schedule after this week, after this week, let me just list it for you guys. BLG, who on their day are very much capable of being, you know, a top 3, top 4 team, right? But so far they've been pretty inconsistent. It then goes Weibo, EDG, Top Esports, JDG in that order, back to back for LNG. Good luck.
You know, pretty tall task. There's the other Hung that took to the stage there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think speaking about that a little bit, though, especially when you're looking at strength schedule, this is where this match means so much, right? And I think especially for both sides, obviously WE wanting to get over a 500 record and go to 4-3, but LNG, again, we've said the top of the table is the 5-1 mark right now. And to be able to have this strong start, but continue to push yourself into that name, even though, you know, it is still the middle of the season, is super important for this squad. And I think that's where some of the lackluster performances last year, even with all these crazy miracle runs, is something to kind of bear in mind moving forward here for LNG.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be.
These men right here, though, that's all the spotlight we need.
It is. I think for LNG though, right, even if they've got this tough run of schedule on its way, I think knocking out a lot of the sort of perceived or what should be on paper weaker teams to build up that synergy, it does sort of give yourself the foundation to feel very confident and prepared moving into the middle of the season, even if it is 5 top 5 teams back to back as the table stands right now. I'm cautiously excited for them. We'll see. Of course, LNG as an organization, like you said, the whole miracle run of last year was so close with the Doinby lineup, but didn't quite come to fruition. For WE, on the opposite side though, completely different story, right? They have 3 more wins than they had throughout the entirety of last year's summer. So already a much better start in this year.
And there's so many interesting pieces to this WE roster because they've gotten a lot of different looks, right? I mean, you look at the bot lane, obviously Hope and Iwandi reunited from their 2019 EDG youth squad together, but themselves finding some promise and hope in the bottom lane pun intended. The biggest part for me is the other side of the map, where you have Shanks, who was held onto from last year. The team kind of rebuilt around him to some extent and came from the academy, got the call up into the LPL roster. You had Bew, who had been on WE since last year, spent a long time in the Suning system, brought up here now as well. Hung, who came over to WE from Young Miracles and getting his first LPL start this year. Like, there's a lot of building blocks for this team, even if you have this veteran bottom lane to work around on this top side of the map. And not saying that Bew is not a veteran himself.
No, that's right. I think there's obviously, you know, veterancy across the board, but with a really solid mix of sort of youth talent and young talent that are looking to prove themselves. And I always feel like that's a super solid mix to have, where you can have, you know, these sort of mentor figures. Hell, Mink kind of actually mentioned it in the interview we had coming out of the previous series, where he feels like he has a lot to give to the younger members of RNG in Angel specifically, and just being able to lead, right? Being that sort of senior member, you know, you can kind of expect Hope and Iwandi to sort of be these figures for the other side of the map here for Team WE.
And for Hope, if you were watching the JDG documentary from last year, it was something interesting where I've never seen him as a very commanding leader type person. Oh my gosh. But his big thing that he was working on last year, at least, I don't know if it's different this time around, was leadership from the ADC position. And knowing him as a decently quiet guy, watching some of those documentaries, it's interesting to see. And I wonder if he continues to try to work on that and, again, bring that veterancy to the table. But on the other side, you're not wanting for any of that veterancy to some extent. I mean, you do have LP, who was brought up this year and a promotion into the LPL roster, but the rest of the team, Zika, Tarzan, Scout, and Hung, a lot of experience in that one. So I love that there's like some little pieces that are definitely on the training wheels, but the rest of them fired up and ready to go as we get into picks and bans. Number one, it is WE on the blue side, LNG on the red side. The Elise the Jax banned by WE, the Zeri Lucian banned by LNG.
Yep, all right, what will the final two bans be? Will they be towards the bottom side row, or will we get a couple more jungle bans? Maokai often ends up being removed away alongside the Sejuani in the later stages of ban phases typically, and there's one of those two. And what will LNG feel like removing away here? Ashe is, of course, still up and available. It feels like it's going to be the Maokai here for LNG. So will WE snap up that Ashe, or will they take up the Varus? I feel like those are the two sort of mantle picks whenever we see Sejuani and Maokai both removed away with a bunch of these AD carries also gone. And it feels like, for now, WE taking priority on this Varus potentially with the hover.
LP has been mainstaying Varus in this split so far, has 8 games played on the pick, and WE pull that one away, first picking that one for themselves. And I'm wondering if Vi comes up as a priority here at all, as Hung himself on WE will be very much prioritizing that pick for a lot of setup for the team now that the bans have kind of come this way. But LNG hovering this Ashe pick and locking it in.
Yeah, Vi Ashe could be a really, really solid rotation here if you want it. I've been saying I've liked seeing it whenever it's paired up and it's used correctly, right? Being able to lock down a single target with the Ashe ult and the Vi ult in combination is a super solid way to just get yourself a pick before an objective and then turn it into a massive snowball of tempo. So we'll see how LNG use this combination. I'm a big fan of it. We'll see also whether or not we get potentially something like the Jhin alongside it as well for LP. So you get that additional long-range lockdown with the Deadly Flourish and the engage from the Curtain Call, as WE will just take up this Wukong on the opposite side of the matchup. This is kind of the A tier, or like higher A tier. When the Maokai and the Sejuani are gone, you tend to see the Wukong and the Vi take their places. WE toying potentially with the Caitlyn support, but the options are aplenty for WE.
There's still the Heimerdinger. There's still a couple of options here. I wonder if they do opt into that one, or maybe leave it a little bit of flexibility here for WE. They are going to lock in Shanks as Azir, so making sure to not get that mid lane champion pool pinched anymore. But it's the final pick in the first phase for LNG.
Yeah, and LNG, I guess it's about answering either mid or getting your full bottom side, right? What do you want to do with this Ashe pick? Just because it can technically still be flexed, though it is very, very commonly seen in the support role for LNG. Do they want to answer out with Scout? Scout has a deep enough champion pool. You'd feel like they don't really care if WE try and pinch it, and that seems to be the case as they snap up the Heimerdinger, and of course the idea is still kind of there, right? A lot of annoying poke and range, and this does mean that it's going to actually be Ashe AD if things go the way I expect them to, but you never know in this meta. It could just be LP on the Heimerdinger farming. Who knows?
True. I would expect that it's going to be the Ashe ADC for LP. And again, that facilitation from that bottom lane is going to be super important as we get out of lane. But I'm also looking at the punishment they can delve to Hope and Iwandi in the bottom lane itself. I think LP going against Hope, obviously a tall task against a winner of the LPL, but it is a new season. It's a new time. We're in the second phase, as it's a new time for us as well. It is the Scion banned by LNG as a foreshadowing of things to come. The Fiora as well joins that ban table.
Yeah, we saw what Scion was able to achieve last game and series, and it was unkillable, pretty much. And it seems like LNG just don't want to have to deal with that through the top side. They don't really have any major tank busters at the moment. And Ashe can deal with tanks okay, but it takes a while to get there. And I feel like LNG, with the composition they have right now, Vi, Ashe, Heimerdinger, they want to be forcing plays through some of their more proactive tools as they also strip away Ubu's, beg your pardon, Renekton. I was getting there in the end, as W will take away Scout's Rise. So they want to try and
I was wondering if they were going to take that away.
Yeah,
they cannot give that up. There's so much proactivity given at level 6 with that, especially with the setup around Tarzan and potentially LP with the CC chains. But now, I mean, they will have counter pick. I would wonder if they're going to try to save it for Zika. It does look like that's going to be a choice. So Talia still something that can move heavily out of mid lane, chosen for Scout.
Yeah, and you know, Scout's most played is Rise, and obviously, you know, Realm Warp side lanes. It's just kind of in that same wheelhouse, right? The Talia. So we'll see what Scout will get done on it. And you know, the pairing between Vi and Talia pretty strong as well, right? The lockdown from Vi into the combination of the Talia can very frequently mean just instant death and at a very little response. As WE, they lock down the Cassante, so that's going to be blind. We'll see what Zuka looks to take into it on the top side, and WE finally have to answer into the bottom side of the map with a support pick, MF being covered. Ming did say in the interview, actually, they weren't expecting the Lux to come through from the other side. They were expecting Misfortune. They also weren't expecting the Kassadin, apparently, but they were expecting RNG, a Misfortune, which WE in the next series against LNG will pick up here into the Heimerdinger.
And even if we are in a meta that's been around for weeks now, it feels like maybe even years, I don't know anymore. It's really been about some of these adaptations. And I love to see this priority on Misfortune start to kind of show its head against this duo bot lane. Okay, well, maybe if they switch it up, I was a little bit wrong, but especially looking at these comps, I want to zoom out a little bit and look at the execution level for both of them. And we get the double ADC bot lane for WE, something they can utilize very strong in the lane. And I wonder if they get resources. But on the other side for LNG, they got the Camille now for Zik on the top side. It feels like they're just fine kind of waiting for an overstep from WE.
Yeah, it feels like to me, LNG, their composition is a lot more built on, you know, finding out Hope in some kind of misposition, or just straight up forcing the issue with the Vial and then trying to follow up on it. Whereas on the opposite side for WE, it's just stock standard team fighting, right? You've got an Azir, you've got a Varus, and you've got a strong front line inside the Wukong and the Cassante to kind of facilitate that and always kind of deal with the diving threats. I think Cassante gets, you know, a lot of titles thrown at him, but one thing he's surprisingly good at is dealing with dive, because you can just kind of remove one of the threats with all out, especially if it happens near terrain. And Cassante in most cases is always dealing with a 1v1 relatively fine. And I feel like into Zika's Camille for a little while, especially once that all out hits, probably before 2 items, maybe at the 2 item mark still, you can contest that. We will have to see, but WE have the tools to deal with some of the dive options on the side of LNG. So I think the onus is on LNG to really execute efficiently and ensure they can lock down Hope or Shanks and turn it into a quick snowballing team fight.
Execution is key as we hit the rift for our second best of 3 of the night. It is WE versus LNG. Both teams seemingly having found the styles that work for them, but it is the bar of execution that must be met. We have the mid lane matchup that should be a later check-in, but it is Shanks versus Scout, the WE developmental pillar versus the LNG's new superstar transplant. And there's that transplant having to burn his flash early on, and WE come out with the level 1 cheese.
All right, very good prep there from WE to just secure the flash of Scout, and that could be really huge If Hung can get towards the mid side of the map, Talia with no flash is really, really vulnerable to getting picked off. So even though there's not a lot of hard CC, there is a lot of damage, and that's going to be crucial with the lack of mobility available to Scout. So LNG, I guess the response will also have to be from Tarzan to try and ensure that Scout can get very consistent matching shove into Shanks and not get punished for it.
So, you know what I find really interesting here? As we see a little bit of picture-in-picture, the back and forth. Oh, it was the into the first game. I was like, what are we watching down there? What I find really interesting is I'm all about results-based analysis. You know me. WE have not won on the blue side.
Oh.
And we are 5 weeks in. Like over almost 6. WE have not won on the blue side. So I'm not saying results-based analysis holds any pull here, but maybe I am.
What you're saying is it's time to pack it up and go to game 2. Is that? Can I get
don't know
confirmation?
If I'm saying that. I kind of want to watch the gameplay.
Hey, me too, man. So do I.
Let's go. Let's go.
We'll see. Maybe this can be the break in the curse, because I do feel like WE have a really, really solid comp on their hands here. I think they outrange with the Varus and the Azir, and I feel like they have enough peel tools to a point where, so long as they don't fall several thousand gold behind, and the game kind of gets to a point where LNG are hitting their power curves first, or the power spikes rather first, and it doesn't become too overbearing, WE have a lot of answers, as that ward's going to spot out Hung as he makes his way towards Tarzan, who's on his wolves. He's actually going to go over Blast Cone. Is he on the blue?
He's going bot.
He's going bot.
They are really pushed up here as well. This is actually such a big brain movement that we usually think comes from Tarzan. Hung going into the wall here. Hung versus Hung. Who's going to be the better Hung? Who goes over to LP? Okay,
it's Hung.
LP. It's Hung. He's going to get him. Oh. Okay, flashes from both junglers. Tarzan trying to chase him down, but can't hit the Vault Breaker. And a lot utilizing bottom lane for just some summoner spells. Zika going for a solo kill on the Bubu. Bubu's got to be really careful here. The second activation does get a little bit more down. One more flash from Bubu.
Yeah, really surprised that Bubu gets away with his life there, to be honest with you. I feel like Zika showed a lot of restraint not to flash, and I think he was aiming for the flash out of the trade. And if Bubu got a little bit greedy, then he would have taken the kill, but really nice pressure from the top side of LNG and on the bottom side as well. A lot of flashes blown in a couple of minutes between both teams. We'll see whether or not it yields any kind of results. I feel like the top side of the map is going to be kind of left again, as it so commonly is on this island, as with double AD carry on one side and Heimerdinger Ashe on the other. You expect a lot of focus to go down there. And I think one thing we can also tick off our box is, for now, Scout, with about a minute left on this flash, haven't been punished by WE. So you can definitely consider that a win in the early stages of the game.
We see WE Hung going for Chicky Nuggies, while LNG Hung going for a setup on bottom side for Tarzan. Tarzan won't really find it here. TP is going to be utilized from Scout in the mid lane to rejoin that pushing there. There's back actually coming through. Maybe stopped here for Tarzan as Hung for LNG almost goes down.
Yeah, Tarzan's
Do I have to make a distinction every time? I'm just going to go with what's on the screen.
Okay, but what happens when Hung and Hung are...
Well, we just had that. It was great. It's Hung versus Hung. You never know which Hung's going to win.
All I can think about right now is, do you know the scene from Rush Hour where Chris Tucker is in the dojo? I hope you know what scene it is. If you haven't seen Rush Hour, it's a great set film.
I do.
That's all I'm thinking of right now.
That's what you got in your head. Okay.
That's what I've got in my head. Hopefully, for your sake, as a play-by-play, we don't see Hung and Hung on screen too many times.
I'm sure we will, and I'm sure it'll lead to beautiful chaos. As speaking of that chaos, we have not gotten any of that so far, and we've had very, very reserved early games in all of our games so far, it feels like. Even though we've had some spicy level ones here or there, we really haven't gotten much after that. And now Dragon on the table here for both teams. And I want to go back to our points in the draft, where a little bit of that proactivity is key.
Proactivity with so much poke. And again, you know, I think with lanes as volatile as they can be, specifically just the bottom lane matchups, super important to get first move down here. Which
Scout's
LNG,
got level 6.
Yeah.
LP starting up the stream of damage here. Hope stops it, and that's some of that veteran movement coming out from Hope.
Yeah, I don't want to call it out, but I think Hope thought that he had heal because I'm not entirely. Maybe he was cleansing the slow from an LP walk. Kind of hard to tell. Either way, walks out, does use both the summoners. Great move from LNG, and now Dragon looks like it's going to be on the cards. Both teams engaging on each other.
Shanks! He pushes Scout back, but Scout flashes. Nicely done. A little bit of damage onto the clone from Hung, but engaged now onto Shanks. A lot of damage coming back, and LP flashes. LP's got the slow. They've got the chase down. This is going to be first blood. No, he dashes out of there with the Cloud Strike, but he goes down anyways. And LP goes first blood for LNG.
Real nice for LNG. They still had the first numbers there, and even though the shove comes in and Scout gets put into a bit of a peculiar position, he has the flash back up, repositions, and the chase down is just on for LNG. WE don't really have the tools right now to make that kind of fight work, and again, they were also working at a numbers disadvantage because Hope wasn't at that fight. So drag picked up by LNG.
Gotcha.
Got me. Look, man, and as many others do, still have, you know, a little bit of PTSD
World's flashbacks,
from World's
those haunt your dreams.
Anytime I see a Varus charging up his arrow and it looks empowered, I just get a bit scared, alright?
What a
the
flash
air
from
gets a bit
Scout
heavy.
here.
It's a
Ooh.
great flash. I mean, I feel like the damage, maybe it's kind of hard to capitalize on that from the side of I1D and Hung anyway, because LNG can cover a bit of an overextension there, but as soon as this flash comes forward from LP, Hung is just dead. He can't really get away. And Chase now comes in, first blood. And again, really nice move from LNG, and they get themselves a dragon off the back of it. We'll see whether or not they can utilize now the top side matchup to try and secure the Herald for themselves. And with constant bottom side priority, you'd also expect Hung to have the first move up here to try and support the Herald takedown.
I'm wondering if we do get that all in here. As you said, they're just moving all bodies here. But we do also see I1D on his way. It is one of those moments where they could just press in bottom lane, try to get something going for themselves, as LNG are already on point with the Rift Herald, but it looks like that's not the name of the game here.
Not just yet. I think Tarzan wants 6. I think the Skull might give it to him. We're 8 minutes into the game, so I imagine that's why he's taking it, not only for the information, but the XP.
There you go.
And he will get it. So now
The
we're at
go
level 6.
buttons are here. The
Exactly.
LP's got 6. You've
Too
got
many
the
go
cease and
buttons.
desist, you got the Hextech ultimatum, and that just means the WE don't have any say in the fight around Rift Herald.
Now, this should be traded out by Hope. Maybe a plate, given where everyone is on LNG and the fact he's got a shove in that way. But
That's a good early flash, honestly. I would rather see that than any kind of finickiness happen in mid lane when you really didn't get much back for that play.
yeah, nice and simple. Don't need to overcomplicate things. Just flash away. But LNG get that force through. And again, with the likes of the Vi being there, it can be relatively easy to actually lock down Shanks, even if you get shoved back. As long as you're able
You're
to walk up and
unstoppable
up.
unless he times it right.
Yeah, exactly. One, you got to time it right. 2, Tarzan can still queue back over the wall. Scout.
Oh,
my God.
Shanks. That was really good laying of the ground there for Scout.
Yeah, that was really insane to be able to respond to that in time. Bubu looks to interrupt. Looks shot but doesn't get it. We'll get the lane shoving.
He got a grasp back. Let's go.
Big plus 5 HP forever. That's, you know,
Does
that
get
is
a plate though. That's the bigger, I think,
no,
comeback for
listen,
BB.
5 HP forever. I'll take that over 170 gold. Call me a madman. I don't care. I'm actually a grass bandit. I swear. I swear.
Oh no.
It
We need to
gives
have
me
an
too much
intervention.
dopamine, man. It's like you get the hit. It makes that really satisfying noise.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
small heal.
calling hysterics and the rest of the guys. We gotta get a little meeting going. You should come to this wonderful party that we have going
Yeah.
on the next week. That's
yeah?
definitely not about your grasp back addiction.
Oh.
We'll see how addicted Zika and Bubu are to that. I'm sure we'll check it with them a little bit later. But for now, it will just be that top lane island, and it is the reset city for WE getting back onto the map. And I want to check in on those moments that we were talking about where big power points can come from in this Rift Herald for Tarzan on the map. And Zika, we're going back to the top lane island to see how they're doing.
Yeah.
And Zika's back on the map here with a little bit of strength in topside, but Tarzan looking mid.
Tarzan is looking mid with no flash from Shanks. Seems to be the point of focus here for LNG as Scout is giving us a hover here. I think he wants to just
Got
kind
the
of
weave as
alleviate
well.
some pressure from Bubu. Zika, who's definitely been eating the worst end of the trades. This matchup gets a lot better once you got that Divine Sunderer ready and available, as so many Kumio matchups of course do, but Cassante just has such high base damages early on, even past the nerfs, that you can see sometimes trades just, you can't really answer him. So we'll see how Zika does. We'll check back in once that Divine Thunder comes online in a couple of minutes. But for now, LNG kind of across the board, I suppose, happy for now, but we are going to get to a point where we hit that sort of 20-minute mark where we're going to have to see some execution come out from the side of LNG, some forced plays with the Viol, with the Ash Arrow, and just ensuring that they can try and snowball some plays very consistently.
They're doing some hovering here, though, to try and pick out Hung on his way to the Dragon fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow go just a tad bit wide, but there you go. The grenade doesn't hit. The bees go wide. And Hung's got a bee suit on, beekeeper suit on to avoid Hung's damage. Hung versus Hung, yet again.
Hung versus Hung. The is it because it's gold? The Wukong skin that he's using as well, so it kind of like matches the color.
It all just works together here.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
LP getting
LP.
caught by the chains of corruption. There's nobody really to capitalize though at the end of things. It is Dragon though, started by LNG. Can be a little bit hesitant. They're looking to catch Shanks. He gets the flash ball, and there you go. You can't evade the unstoppable from Tarzan.
It's just too much to deal with, isn't it? And even if you have flash, where do you even go? We'll see if WE can maybe.
He has the Weaver's Wall.
Maybe
He
steal
could
this
block
away.
in WE.
Oh.
They are in the fight. They are locked in a cage match as the bullet time came out. Hope
Dragon's reset.
WE maybe actually getting away with this fight a little bit here, but yeah, there's a Rift Herald. Use the mid lane, a little bit of distraction as LNG now moving on to Hung. He will flash over the wall. I think this should go down to LNG. He does have the smite. They're going to pull it out just in case. Hung goes back in, gets just deleted. Oh no! Look away, children! Look away!
Oh, and just like that.
Best laid plans of Bison Ben, Jamada.
Oh my god. Look at the flowers. Hung. Yeah.
The flowers are very pretty.
I mean, you can't fault him for trying, but yeah, just gets one shot. And Tarzan, straight through.
Dude, what a play from Tarzan, man.
It's just really well
The
timed.
minute
Really, really
execution.
well timed. But again, you know, execution is the key word of this game for LNG. And they're going to need to uphold the standard that they've just shown us in the last 2 minutes or so of play to keep WE down. Because again, in my head, I feel like the W composition, you've got a lot of strong disengage tools. You can deal with the dive. But if you play it like that, you're not going to be able to. And you definitely have very solid and consistent scaling damage into this game, which LNG may struggle to match at times. So LNG need to continue to force these plays so that WE don't get to play the game out in that fashion. Herald spawning in about 30 seconds time, so love to see LNG get their hands on that. And again, continue to force plays, continue to try and take some towers, get one of those on the board, try and open up the map, specifically mid lane. If you can open up the mid lane, you get more access consistently to the side lanes. But now, speaking of towers, it's WE that get the first one down here on the bottom side.
It's going to be a nice little influx of gold. Catch up on some of that gold difference there as Hope surges forward to the most gold in the game. But that means that Rift Herald on the other side is the big focus. Hung has been on the roam this entire time for LNG, and they're going to get this second Rift Herald for themselves and try to be a little bit more decisive on use this time around.
Yeah, we'll hopefully get slightly more efficient use out of it, like you say. And again, I think the target, you really want it to be the mid lane. I think with the wave clear that's available to WE, whilst you do have wave clear of your own LNG, it's not as consistent or at the same range as WE's. Breaking that mid tower just gives you a lot of extra value, a lot of unseen value in a game like this. So hopefully LNG for themselves can use it to break that. Or side lane push, 2 charges, also very, very solid. I'll also call out that first item's been picked up for Shanks, so that's the first kind of puzzle piece, as well as Hope as well having the Yomus. I think once they hit 2 items, they're going to start to feel really, really comfortable as, yeah, Scout did grab a crown. Very interesting. I think maybe to just dissuade some of the initial burst damage that can come through from a Wukong engage, or also, I guess, maybe if he gets caught in the chains of corruption. But I feel like if you kind of think about it, what other mythic could he really go? You could argue Ludens for the burst, but I feel like How useful is it really? That's
Iwandi's getting caught, but they find LP. He flashes away Hung, getting locked down here. The Weaver's wall came through, but the bullet time trying to separate it now. Tarzan goes down. He actually gets the kill first, though, as it does go traded back and forth. LP picks up one. Hope picks up the other.
It's jungle for jungle, but things to track there. Iwandi lost his flash, and so did LP. There's a dragon in a minute and a half's time, so we'll see whether those summoner spells come back to bite any of the members that had to expend them there in that exchange. But the bullet time really does dissuade LNG from moving forward and executing Hung super fast. And the response from WE is this mid-side tower. So even though LNG are the ones forcing plays, and even if they do go positively, in this case it's a bit of an even one, they lose out on the tower again on the back end, just like they did on the bottom side earlier on. Pretty nice engage here, as it feels like the only disjointed thing for LNG is that Tarzan isn't closer to this play to actually capitalize on the engage. He does a great job of disengaging as well with the Cyclones, but frankly isn't quite enough, and it ends up still with him losing his life. But WE trade 1-for-1.
Now we're looking back at the other side of the map, because 40 seconds for a sole point of LNG. That's some of that decisiveness that's leading to dividends later on in the game, as they have started stacking this up. They do have some of these, late game stacking objectives for themselves. They've had full objective control so far in terms of neutral objectives, and I think that's something to write home about for LNG, because we had said they had found their style, and a lot of it had come off the carries of Scout and trying to find Tarzan early on and find those early advantages that they didn't necessarily find here, but they're trying to make it up in the mid game, as Hung will get his flash burn.
Yeah, nice flash burn, chunked out. He's got to go back to base, otherwise he's not going to be useful.
That's right when Dragon starts huge from LP to stop it. So Hung takes a decent amount of damage, but that should just be soul point going over, as Rift Herald, I do believe, got dropped in the bottom lane. And they're going to contest this. I was going to say Hope needs to get away from Zika. See if the arrow can do it. Hope trying to make something happen. Nope, not going to be it. Soul point secured by LNG.
Yeah, so Hope actually used the empowered arrow before that, so no bonus magic damage with execution. Won't steal that one away. And like you said, Herald did get dropped in the bottom side, but it doesn't actually look like it amounted to too much, just kind of a pressure drop. So
I don't even think it got a charge. I mean, that's a healthy tower down there.
It looks kind of healthy, doesn't it? So I'm not even sure it did get the charge in the end. If it did, it's effectively only chunked it down to like 2/3 HP. A little bit less than that, perhaps. So LNG, they get the objective again, but it has to be said, it's a Cloud in a game which I feel like, the individual Cloud Dragons and movement speed is going to be nice. You're not going to get a super massive amount of effectiveness, per se, out of the Orm portion. It feels like you're just going to end up spawning Elder super early into the game, which I guess you kind of want in the situation, but hold the point.
Tarzan is in some trouble. That's a flash out there, but they could turn this back a little bit. Ooh, Chains of Corruption utilized. Enchant, because the arrow comes and hits Iwandi again. Luckily, the tower is there. Shurima is here to save the day for WE.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think Cloud Soul's kind of useless in this game. I think
for
LNG...
I would say I differ. I like LNG Cloud Dragon, because you're looking at like Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you could catch up to the units, right? Or at least with Scout, you get it after the Weaver's Wall, Tarzan with after the engage, Zika after the engage. It's really fun.
Always, again, this is why I love
Glass half full, Jamada, glass half full.
That's what I'm saying. I think for LNG, the Dragons in this game, it's just a tool to get to Elder and try and end the game. My big concern is that if we stay at an even footing like this, right, and we kind of remain at parity where almost everyone remains at the same kind of item level, WE are probably going to be ready to fight toe-to-toe with LNG. And then we're just going to start to look at execution, right, as, oh, that's a knockback.
Yeah, Zika's about to be dragged down to the depths here. Does get out with a nice little flash hook shot.
Okay. That's just Camille for you. So many other top lane champions will just die there, but yeah, flash hook shot, totally okay. Not worry in the world. But still, nice to see the proactivity from WE to try and shut that down. I think that's one thing. Hello, wall, just to shove Hong and Hope away so LNG can get this tower. I think one thing that will always work in LNG's favor, however, is this side lane matchup. I think the Hydra needs to come in now for Zuko, and once he has it, that'll be something that W are going to have to answer very consistently. And Bubu is in very quick fashion, I think going to start to struggle in the side lane. I think Asante in the all-out form can, you know, kind of match and maybe chunk out enough, but I never feel like you necessarily win the 1v1. And that can be something that LNG can try to leverage and bring multiple members down from LNG to create a bit of a pressure sink and maybe force WE into some bad decision making or some panicked decision making.
I do wonder with this vision game kind of going down around this Baron pit here. They do have some decent tools as we get to second, third items here for WE to force those kinds of things. But right now with so much control around the map, even not with a big gold lead for LNG, definitely has them in the driver's seat here. And a almost full reset just came out from WE, as it does look like Shank's going to be doing so as well. And a minute 30 till the Dragon. They just want to try to set up some vision and control around this bottom side of the map.
Get the Dragon, get the soul, spawn Eldar, try and end the game. that's got to be the game plan for LNG here. Eldar into Baron, into game end. But first,
there's the Ravenous.
The big hurdle has to be this Dragon, and like you said, Zuka has the Ravenous Hydra. So 2 items for this Dragon, ready, locked and loaded. I'm looking into the future for Zuka on the side lane with those 2 items to try and put some pressure down. We'll see whether or not he can get some good use out of them in this fight. It's WE. I imagine WE are going to look to try and delay this Dragon and contest it to pick it up. I think it's less about necessarily getting the Dragon and more about just buying more time to get scaling items in and ready. As really nice vision toggle here from the observers to show how little vision and information LNG actually have right now in the river. However, again, they still have the Force tools available to just kind of go forward.
It's so preemptive from WE, though. Like they are literally showed up a minute and a half before Dragon spawns, and they might have just gotten at least messed up by it. There's everything onto Hope. Iwandi has to cancel the bullet time, and Bubu gets in there a little bit too late. What a pick from LNG.
Solid. And the thing is, Hope just had his flash come back up. I think this was LNG timing his flash timer to a T and just going for this engage because they know that they've got the time for it. The Ash Arrow connects, and even though the cleanse comes out, it wasn't enough there. And now LNG have the numbers advantage and they're on the Dragon. A couple of chunked out members, which could work in WE's favor. And look at this flank.
Hong finds the flank. They didn't know he was there. The Cyclone comes on LP, but they're starting to put work into him. On the other side, though, All Out comes in. Bubu gets the kill into Hung. The other Hung will fall. Both of them are down. And LNG, they don't get out of that one. Zika goes down to Shanks. The Dragon is started up, and here comes WE to fight it. His smite down. That is the soul secured. But Bubu is still in all-out form, taking a lot of those shots back as LP is trying to return some of that niceness.
Have to get back to base, though.
And, yeah, I don't see many options. Cease and desist is coming up now. They can get a lockdown on Shanks. They can get the damage down, and they do just that. Bubu, he's not going to go down, though. Chains of Corruption came through, but did not hit the target, as it does look like the rest of them want to get out. Ball Crusher back. Oh, my God. Oh, Hope. You had no hope in that fight, and WE are erased off of the map.
It's just as simple as that. LNG make the turnaround play happen. The cease and desist comes off cooldown, and they just remove Shanks from the equation. And as soon as that happens, even though Hope shows up to try and play clean house, he gets shoved back in, he gets turned around on, and LNG are gonna pick up the Baron off the back of that overextension from WE, trying to cut them off, make sure there's no way home. But it's WE who find themselves back at home in the base as this Baron goes over to LNG.
Hope had a full health bar, by the way, and just Tarzan had like sub 200 health. Was like, nope, you die today, Hope. And we're gonna get to take a look at that crazy fight on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, look at this. Hung just finds a really good angle here. And the unfortunate scenario, as you can see, the other Hung just buys so much space with all the turrets. No one else from WE can come and collapse, and W kind of just allows them to die here. I think the smite comes down early, but it still goes over to LNG in the end. And you can kind of see, all right, fight disengage all of a sudden. Wait a minute, it's WE on the right side of the map, and LNG have to walk through them. And the ultimate comes up from Tarzan.
Another cease and desist in line, though. WE, Hung, he gets caught. Scout gets the kill. Bubu, he won't get locked down. He flashes. He's going all out to death. He Gets out though with the nice little dash. Some of that movement there. Hope able to hit some piercing arrows back. LP tanking the shot for Zika to get out of there, but very, very hotly contested bot side fight.
Yeah, really contested. LNG find themselves the pick. Yo, Scout. Stop. Doesn't that come with it?
Very close. LP takes a couple extra arrows there, but the tier 2 tower will eventually fall. And LNG, after all of that, my goodness, they have ballooned into a 7,000 gold lead.
That was absolutely insane.
It just felt like we were so like, I know they had control, man. I know they did. I can't take that away from them, but it was not like this. And they just make the big decision back to back and find themselves fully in control of this game one.
Yeah, it's cool, it's calculated. It's everything you want to see from LNG. And the question was asked, because it always has to be when a team goes on a win streak and then loses it, how will the bounce back be, right? JDG, they failed that litmus test. So far, LNG in this game number 1 are passing with flying colors. They've just got to dot the I's, cross the T's. With this 7,000 gold lead, Ash Arrow flies out.
So well predicted there from LP. As a cease and desist, this is literally what they drafted for, and they're executing it on. Just utilize all this CC, and burn all of the cooldowns. The Baron's still up for 30 seconds on LNG. They'll take another tier 2 tower here. They should at least.
Yep, definitely sieging for it. 30 seconds. And the poke at the moment as well, being really obnoxious. Even though there is poke on the side of WE, feels like they're just not able to layer it in where it matters. Right now, Scout is looking for either a pick or it might be a pick. Shanks.
Shanks tried to get out with the shifting sands, got stopped by the Weaver's Ball. Luckily, the bullet time from Iwandi is there. Hung is around the corner here. Doesn't have his ulti, but does have some towers ready to go. And LNG back off of a very sticky fight under the tier 2 tower on the top side. They just really wanted to get all 3 tier 2 towers.
Yeah, they did indeed. A lot of standing gold off the map for LNG. They'll be able to spend a lot of that gold on the items. You can start to see a couple of item differences across the board there. Third item there for Scout, third item there for LNG. Hope and Shanks still chasing that for now. So LNG in the driver's seat. And it's going to come down really probably to this dragon in a little less than 90 seconds time. The Elder Dragon, we said for LNG, that's got to be the game plan, right? 4 stack. It's just a cloud. It's not really a game-ending soul. I think Scout's probably fine. He should be out here. And you pick up that objective. You maybe use the Elder to get the Baron, and then you quickly just make a rush for the enemy base. Shut it down.
And you got the perfect item spike for it. A minute to go. GA just completed for Tarzan. So you've got 3 items pretty much coming up everywhere. Zika will be a threat in the side lane. And it's just something that you're going to have to deal with for WE. That, I mean, you might just have to give away this Elder Dragon, which is a game-ending potential. As Hung and caught Shanks wants to put a little bit of damage back into LNG. But WE's early
still
fighting. Hung tries to go in now onto Scout. He has the crown though, and Shanks is the real target here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, and he is down. LNG are streaming forward as they take down 1, they take down 2, they're chasing them all down. Hope falls. The ADC of WE, the hope and dreams of Team World Elite is just down, and they're chasing Bubu as well. They go through the bullet time. Iwandi has to cancel it for I feel like the 1,000th time. And with all of that said, the Elder Dragon hadn't even spawned yet, and they're literally under their inhib towers in the base of WE.
Iwandi, I think the bullet times have been good, but the amount of times we've had to cancel it, I might have to get Cajun on the phone. LNG just run them over. Team WE. Nothing they can do about it. Elder's going to be theirs. Baron, you expect, is going to be theirs as well. And they should be able to close out the game with this big an advantage. I don't really feel like there's any breathing room left for WE. I think the objectives were quite clear for what WE wanted to do, but they've just been shut down by the execution level of LNG. And specifically, I think Tarzan has just been on form this game. I think he's probably my MVP candidate, to be honest with you. Scout as well, definitely end up getting it. But Engage, it forces the stopwatch here from Shanks, and look how quick it just gets blown up.
Dude, LP is so good with these arrows.
He really is. Like, Tarzan doesn't even have to use the cease and desist to lock down Shanks. He's able to use it to lock down Instead, Hope and the chase down are just too potent with the Ashe. And they get almost everything they want in terms of kills. And go back, get the Elder. I imagine once we come out of this replay, probably have the Baron, or they'll be on
What do
top
you think?
of
They're
it
in
right
the base?
now.
Oh, no, they're on the
they're
Baron.
on the Baron. They're on the Baron.
Well, it is a calculated win so far for LNG. Maybe they get caught out here by Zika. He does have the hook shot. He's pretty tanky. He has the hull breaker as well, so he's doing just fine. And I'm just saying, Shimada, I was talking about results-based analysis, and what do those results say here?
Look, what did I say? As soon as you brought it out, I was like, well, just back it up. Might as well go to a game 2, I guess.
I guess they should have.
Well,
it will be WE, at least for now. Maybe still not finding their first blue side win in the 2023 Spring Split season. Shanks gets caught out here, and the Elder Dragon will signal the end of game number 1 as 2 members fall back-to-back. Scout's flaccid forward, wants a little bit of that KDA padded. And get the Hextech ultimatum in from Zika. He wants to take out UV one more time. As so many tower shots being tanked up by LNG, but they got a wave here. They got 2 minutes on their Baron buff, and they got 45 seconds on their Elder Dragon buff.
Yeah, health bar's low on Scout and Tarzan. Scout doesn't have a Guardian Link, but Tarzan does. But look at this. I mean, WE just don't even feel like stepping up. They can't.
That is a final piece from LNG. They close out game number 1 clean. Look at those smiles. They're wondering, how could it even go down like that? But the strength, the execution, he said the bar was high, and they came and they met that.
I'm not even sure I'd say the bar was necessarily high. I just feel like the onus was really on them to ensure WE didn't get to play the game. And, you know, I feel like I'll always say, especially if you go on a bit of a win streak, maybe you lose your way, and you do end up dropping a series or a game, going back to a composition where, you know, the execution tools are relatively easy to use, right? R press of a Vi. Sure, there's a little bit of technicality there with things like the Talia actually seeing an Ashe AD carry instead of a support as well.
Yeah.
But when you've got players like Scout and Viper, the execution is pretty much always going to be met. It's just about how efficient you actually make the usage, right? How much you get off the back of the plays. And it felt like LNG, more times than not, were pulling a fair amount away from each play after like the 3rd Dragon or so. And WE never got to a point where, you know, this Varus with Hope could actually really poke out and find the targets that Hope needed to, or that Shanks could really put down the damage that we've actually come to know Shanks to be able to put out, right? So
yeah,
I think it was just great shutdown from LNG, and WE had no real answer.
And I loved seeing the combos. Tarzan, Scout, especially hung on those roams constantly. Unsung hero here, though, man, is LP. He landed so many of those big Enchanted Crystal arrows in crucial moments and on crucial members. Iwandi was just eating those to the face in a lot of the fights. But it was still a little bit of that utilitarian style of ADC. He was getting kills, but it's a lot of the setup. And we've seen him play majorly the Varus. It's nice to see some of that adaptation, but still leaning on the strength that LNG have to play for everyone else.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, to me, it seems like LNG are very still comfortable and confident despite the series loss to NIP. And it's kind of just shown here in this game. I think to the side of WE, adaptation definitely has to come. And I feel like perhaps it comes through the jungle. I'm not sure what you'd like to change, but I feel like for sure you want to try and maybe find something a little bit more proactive to play around. I think that the bomb side of the map was a little bit too difficult to actually lean on and work with, even though you have a whole bunch of damage coming out of Hope and Iwandi. It felt to me as though Tarzan, LP, Hunk, like diving into Heimlinger is always rough, and if you overstep even a little bit, it's just too hard to really get over that hurdle. And yeah, I feel like Tarzan in particular as well, focusing on the bottom jungle, just had a superb game, didn't he? It was very difficult to deal with those engages.
Yeah, he was just really good at being in the right place at the right time and setting up the CC. I think first and foremost, the play that comes to my mind is the outplay in the mid lane against Shanks when he was able to kind of get the vault breaker, then using the cease and desist to get through the wall. It's little things like that that end up paying dividends, because then you see that execution continue for Tarzan through the rest of the game. So again, it's a knockdown for WE, but we have known them to be pretty resilient, and I really want to see what their answer is going to be here after that really tough game number 1. We are going to sit into a break, though, as we get ready for that game 2, so don't you go anywhere.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is he playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wildcat's going to come in lane, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor straining, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's gonna go
Are
for
they
a
about
1v2.
to
He's
end
got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Repose comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on the Runins, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet, and they say that they're going to jump straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rocky flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. Finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flushes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Caster. They get him, but Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
The sun keeps shining as we go nowhere. There is something
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. We're in our second series of the night here in week number 5. It's WE versus LNG. And I know we said it at the break, but honestly, I'm just going to lead with it here. It mattered until it didn't for WE. And I think LNG really decisively took hold of that game and slammed it home for a win off the back of their forward aggression from Tarzan.
Yeah, specifically Tarzan, who I believe will be getting our MVP for game number 1. Amazing stuff on the forces and on the engages. Never really felt like he was off kill, or I feel like sometimes when we have Vi players come through, sometimes they go a little bit too far, you know, overstep just a touch, but Tarzan showing that sort of level of seniority and, you know, understanding of when it's okay to go and when it's okay not to go, and consistently setting up LNG for success, as they had to be the team here that were consistently forcing, and forcing they certainly were.
Yeah, and the thing is, starting from draft, it was a pick they were taking away from Hung on the other side in WE. It is literally his most played. It's something Tarzan, yes, can play, but hasn't been prioritizing as much recently. But with the big top tier junglers off the table, this kind of facilitation is so useful for a team like LNG, who have big carries to play around.
Exactly, and all of the key moments in this game, which really sort of slingshotted LNG to a massive lead, all come off the back of Tarzan
This
taking
right
his
here,
moments,
man.
like that, for example, where sure, Hope oversteps, but the punish is still excellent. And for me, there wasn't really much counterplay to the Vi throughout this entire game, to be honest with you. And frankly, I think WE were kind of just caught unawares by how strong Tarzan was going to be at times, and Scout as well. I think supplementing a lot of this throughout the game, always there to follow up on some of these engages, really made it a bit unplayable for WE.
I know I already said it, but I'm throwing in LP there too. my man on the Ash duty, he's coming in, making it matter for LNG. But it really is just about that solidification for LNG. We know they're a damn good team. We've seen them destroy teams before, but coming off of that loss, right, that hurts, and they have an extremely tough schedule coming ahead. So finding these solidifying games with the playstyle that they can kind of execute on so well, it's paying dividends right now for them. And I'm wondering if they can continue that, and what WE's real response is, as I will have you know, they're going to red side this time. So there is a little bit of hope on their squad.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hope on this.
I'm just going to keep throwing them at you.
So, yeah, because like we said, 0% win rate on blue side. Change needs to happen, and the change is being on red side. So we'll see if perhaps... Wouldn't it just be hilarious if immediately WE just start playing better? At that point, I'm buying into this. I'm
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm fully down to just buy into it. Yeah, they can't play on blue side. Give them red, that's it. They win. They're the best team in the LPL. But if they're on blue, it just doesn't work out. I'm curious to see what the adaptation will be for game number 2, right? Because I feel like, again, in theory, the composition they had can work fine into what LNG were running. It's just about dealing with that level of engage. And unfortunately, the execution bar was at a threshold where LNG were happy to hop over it and do super well. And WE couldn't really respond without losing too much in that time frame where LNG, or rather, W wanted to play the game, right? So I think maybe a little more proactivity will really do them some justice. It's just about ensuring that you don't overstep your bounds into what seems like a very on fire Tarzan and Scout.
And I'm just wondering what this mid lane kind of bears for us, because that first game, it was very much influenced about Scouts going out to the side lanes, finding a lot of those roams once you hit level 6, and just that solidifying of the trio of him, Hung, and Mr. Tarzan running around the jungle finding picks everywhere. And Shanks, while he was on his Comfort Azir, really wasn't able to find those big Emperor's Divides. They never found themselves in a leading position to get those big setups, and a lot of the tools were used defensively. And that's where I wonder, do we get some more priority for Shanks, even though he has been kind of leaning towards the Rises and the Azirs, if we get something with a little bit more go to it if Rise and them are banned away?
Yeah, I feel like if we see maybe a counterpick towards mid could actually do some big justice here for Team W. I think if you can actually control the mid jungle, or at the very least have a little more agency inside of it, then there's a lot more wiggle room to actually get around the map, and also just play out the 2v2, try and stop Scout and Tarzan from taking over the map like how they did in game number 1. So I think that'll probably be my top priority here for WE in this game 2 draft when we do get around to it. I think for
Hopefully
LNG,
soon.
more of the same. Hopefully soon. I think for LNG, more of the same, right? Just push your advantage. If you draft loads of go buttons, use them like how you did in game 1, and I feel like WE are going to struggle if we see this same kind of sit on your hands play style, which they just exhibited there. WE need to give us some more agency.
And a lot of the stuff that I saw early on from Hung on WE was that try of that kind of cool pathing down towards bottom lane, a little bit of the pushes into the invades that never really came to fruition. And I want to see more of that. I don't want to see WE back down. Again, they are 3-3. Their record's a little bit different than LNG, but I think they've been and had that grit to them that really is able to pull back games like this. So you can't also forget that they have Hope on their squad. And I think Hope will want to bounce back after that game, especially with the way that LP kind of oppressed that lane down there with the Ashe pick.
Yeah, and I feel like the overall theme of like, all right, you know, we've got Hope, we've got Shanks in the mid and the AD roles. It's about sort of building a fort around these guys and actually, you know, using the sort of power that you can exhibit or get out of these players, rather. Exhibit's the wrong word. That's what I feel like they tried to go towards in the draft in game number 1, but it wasn't really a setup for true success, right? So I think just sort of changing up the formula a little bit, but sticking with the same idea is critical to me for W success. And again, I think a lot of it's probably going to have to come through Shanks, specifically with Hung, to shut down Scout and Tarzan, because as they are right now, too much freedom, and I think it also enables the bottom side of LP, even on a utility pick like Ashe, to kind of also, in a way, take over the game a little bit too much.
Yeah, I was talking so much about mid lane. I think jungle is going to be important, but also like what kind of meta we get in this last game, or at least the second game for this one in the bot lane, because we got to see kind of that Heimdinger support actually have a lot to say with those roams and at least influence out on the map with Tarzan. So does that become even more priority? And I promise, guys, I'm hitting the go button. It's just under my camera. We'll eventually get in a draft, I hope. But it is going to be that question of like those first 3 bans going to be so crucial to see what the second game is going to pan out.
Yeah, I think first 3 bans. I think the first couple of picks is going to kind of be pretty telling, because it feels to me that, you know, coming from the previous game, W are willing to early pick Shanks, at least when they're on the blue side, and I feel like maybe not going down that route is key in this game number 2 draft. Again, I feel like counter pick is going to be where it's at. Top lane, it doesn't really matter, does it? I hate to say it. I hate to keep on repeating it and sounding like a broken record, but as long as you don't have a top laner that's just like running it down and going 0-5 in lane, you're fine. Just pick something that's gonna... You're fine. Just pick something that's gonna set up for the team. And I think Asante definitely could have been that, right? A little more peel and sort of damage return on some of those dives, but nothing really came of it. So you can kind of just keep the same sort of matchup. Again, I think the changes for WE, I'm looking at mid, but I think more proactivity. There wasn't enough go buttons, really. I think you were a little bit too content with allowing LNG to come into you. And whilst that's fine, I think giving, you know, the keys, the license, the car, like the whole 9 and everything for LNG to just do what they want is a bit too much. You have to be able to have answers. And even though the answers were for WE supposed to be damage, we didn't really get to see it.
We did not. And I especially that bot lane, because one thing coming into this game for me rather, was looking at how quickly does the bot lane pool really matter to LP, who hasn't played the plethora of champions that we're necessarily seeing in bot lane right now, and has been sticking, as I had said earlier, to that Varus more than mostly. But the flexibility of the Ashe plays really well into kind of that unknown factor there, and those bans didn't really seem to matter all, in fact. So I do like if we maybe just see the trade of the powerful bot lanes to really give a stable platform for kind of Hope and Iwandi to show off some of those skills. I'd be very interested to see.
Yeah, I think that WE's read was maybe a little bit too surface level, right? It's like, well, LP's borderline one-tricking Varus on stage. What happens if we just take it? And showing the first time Ashe here in this split, very, very comfortable on it. And it was actually a really, really good answer in lane, and also, again, supplemented a lot of what LNG wanted to do. So I feel like pinching that bottom side isn't even necessarily the answer either, but If they want to allow him to be on the Varus, then perhaps you go towards Nami Lucian, try leave it up. You're on red side. See if you know, WE or LNG rather take the bait and leave it up and give it over. Try see if that's the answer here, because of course that is one of Hope's most played here with Iwandi. Maybe that can be the agency that you can look towards.
Well, I'm definitely wondering where that agency is going to be. Hopefully, we're getting draft here very soon. But since we've already talked about the teams like 20 times, I'm going to grab this plushie.
Okay.
And us in chat and everybody else, we're going to come up with a name for this plushie. And hopefully, by the time we come up with a name with this plushie, we'll be in the draft. We can talk about all this stuff again. But what? Look at this cute little guy. Look at him. He's wait. What do you think? I'm too far, too close.
Too far in.
His chin's real big. His chin's real big. All right, what's his name? What do you think? I'm not looking at Twitch chat. I probably should, but
I'm terrible at creative names. I actually have the Twitch chat popped out, so I'll tell you if Twitch chat gives us any creative names.
But I gotta think so. Maybe like Reggie. Maybe Reggie. I think Reggie might work. He looks like a Reggie.
He looks.
I guess maybe there's some negative connotation.
He looks I guess he looks comfortable though, doesn't he?
But like, look, he's got like a little spatula on the back. He's got like a.
Yeah. What is that?
He's a whole backpack. He gets you a chonk that can do both. He's got a square spatula. And he's also got a circular spatula.
You know what? The first name, can do both. The first name that showed up in chat was Bob.
Bob. All right, his name's Bob. Hi, Bob.
And I kind of agree with Bob. I don't know why he does give Bob.
Let's look in Bob's backpack, because what's really cool about it, you can open his backpack. Look at that. Boop. Look at that. That's pretty. I don't have anything in there. He doesn't have any snacks. I should probably put some snacks in there.
Give him some.
Look at him. He needs to eat. He needs to have some protein. And hopefully, you know, maybe he can have some good backpack. So his name's Bob. His name's Bob. We have gotten an Oh my God, Bob. We got Bob.
What's the update?
Bob, we gotta wait. I'm talking to my plushies now. You know it's gone wrong. So apparently there was a device problem. They're investigating now. Game will start in a while. That is quote for quote. So hopefully, I don't know how long that's gonna be. Until then, I mean, we found Bob. I guess I'm just gonna see how many more plushies I can grab out of that.
do we just get to podcast?
Do you have any plushies?
Until the game starts? Do I own plushies?
Yes.
No, unfortunately,
no,
I
you don't have a Bucky's plushie from Texas. Come on,
I
can't believe you wouldn't do that.
Look, I mean, I showed you this earlier.
Show off the beautiful mug. Show off the beautiful mug.
For any Americans and specifically Texans, you'll be very familiar with Bucky's. Yeehaw! Great little mug I got. Peace, love, Bucky's.
Peace, love, and Bucky's.
All of that. It's great. I didn't grab a Bucky's plushie.
Can't believe you wouldn't grab. He's such a cute beaver.
Very, very poor of me. I'm not going to be able to grab them now. I did get Bucky's socks because Bucky's just has everything you can think of. Bucky's has it. It's a strange place, Texas. As a Brit being there,
it's a strange. Wow.
Those are, well, it's a different world. Sorry, strange isn't necessarily bad. All right, just saying, it's just very different.
I see. So are we gonna give this guy a Texan name then?
Texan name. What do we give the Meep?
Mr. Meep. Feels like
Mr. Meep.
I could put Mr. Meep in Bob's backpack. Oh my God.
Big. Actually, okay, you know what?
My God. The power duo. It's like Nunu and Willump, but a better version.
What I will say is I actually have a plushie here, which I was gifted from my last visit to the LEC studio.
What's a Poro? Okay, now we gotta come up with a name
it's
for
a Poro. I don't have a name for the Poro, so I'm actually gonna let chat give my plushie. My Poro.
I actually don't think I got it. I'm just gonna stick with Mr. Meep. So this is Bob and Mr. Meep.
Yeah, Mr. Meep, Bob. We're getting all of our plushies named today on the LPL.
Yeah. That's what we're here for.
This is the filler content that you guys came here to see when the game gets delayed.
Like at this point, I could go do like a live version of On the Range. Like my cowboy hat is downstairs.
Oh no, I've got my guitar right there. Don't stop.
Oh my God, are we about to start campfire yet? I'm gonna turn off my lights. I'm gonna turn on some candles. We'll just have a little All right, let's keep naming plushies. All right, I don't. Okay,
oh God,
okay.
someone.
It's not a plushie. It's not a plushie. It's not a plushie.
Okay.
But it is my
What is it?
favorite animal. And it's a tiger.
It's a
And look
tiger.
how cute it is. He's stretching. Oh my God, it's not focusing.
Can we
he's
just
cute
call
little
call it Tora, which is
Tora?
the Japanese word for tiger? Tora the tiger.
Sure, Tora the tiger.
Yeah.
All right, so
It
let's go through
rhymes,
our
doesn't it?
roster now. Mate, we're
GT.
building like a League of Legends team here. I didn't even
Yeah,
think about that. So we got Bob, who is attached with Mr. Meep. Did we give your Poro a name?
I don't. Well, no, we didn't actually.
No. Yeah. Well, we gotta go back to that. He's an important
We
part
had a
of the
couple.
roster.
We had someone said name the Poro Yumi, but the whole point is that I want to like the Poro, so we're not going to call it Yumi.
Wow, that's hateful.
It is. Listen, I will be the propagator of hate towards Yumi forever.
no.
I'm glad it's dead, and I'm also glad that players aren't picking it in the LPL, even though it's still the patch where it's fine. So I'll take that W. I've seen you grab another. What have you grabbed off the wall?
We gotta have a 5 squad. Okay, we're making a League of Legends team here. All right, we're gonna come up with all their names, and then we're gonna put them into positions.
All right.
So we gotta find the Poro's name. He's a crucial part to the team.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we deciding on?
More people are saying Yumi, so I feel like it might.
All right, well it's Yumi. I'm sorry about you. You're gonna hate that. You're gonna hate that Poro. So last member of the team, because this is the only other plushie I can find that doesn't already probably have a name. If you know those two, it's a Dignitas plushie. But
I was wondering why it looked so familiar. I couldn't figure out what it was. It's the
Digi.
Dignitas logo.
Woo.
Ah, okay.
You got it from the LCS kickoff event thing. So we got to come up with a name for Digi. I guess not. That's not Digi. That would be kind of like bringing in Faker to a random team and just being like, "Yo, here he is." So what do you think, Jamada? What are we thinking? What does this one look like? It's got the little thing on the back.
I'm thinking. See, the Dignitas logo, because it's yellow, it kind of makes me feel like warm and like you want to give it kind of like a fire-esque based name.
Okay.
I just can't really think of what I'd want to call it, because it also kind of looks like it's shaped like a teardrop almost.
Okay. Go back for reference.
Go back. Thank you. Yeah.
You're welcome. Look at the circular.
Do you know what else it looks like?
bag,
Do you know what else it kind of looks like from the front? It looks like, because I've just seen someone in chat put the happy bee emote. It looks like the bee emote minus the smile. So I think we're gonna call it.
Do I just go get like a marker and put the smile on? I see fans.
Oh my God!
I see a plushie.
Fans.
What's
Does
that
mean
plushie's
drop?
name? I'm hoping we're getting back in the game pretty soon. I just apparently need to keep knowing plushie names. But we actually get something on screen, but that's not our faces, which is welcome. But we do see Tarzan in there, Tarzan's face, with a couple other versions as well. But I'm sure we're getting this resolved as soon as possible. Just cool to see some of the crowd fan signs as well.
And of course, thank you for bearing with us, everyone. No one likes delays, as
I just give a little update, but we did talk for a little while. There is a device problem on stage. They are still investigating. We have not gotten an update of why there is a device problem. We still have not gotten any updates on when the games are starting. So appreciate, again, like you said, Jamada, everybody sticking with us with our wackiness, our team name making. I don't know what we were doing, but now we get to see players, which is perfectly fine with me.
Yeah. Less of us on the screen, which is what everyone wants, always. Less cost, more games.
That's gotta sound us so. I feel like that's a little mean.
Hey, well. They hear our voice all the time. So you know,
yeah,
it's
true.
not, unless they mute the stream, at which point they get no context to anything going on anyway, ever. So sucks to be you if you do that, but they get to hear us all the time, so it's fine. So
well,
hopefully.
I love that we're going through players. I love that we have their visuals on screen. I'm still gonna go back to what we're naming this final piece to our super team.
So
is it just Faker? Is it? We just. I feel like that doesn't do Faker justice, so I don't want to do that.
Like it does. I saw a couple towards the top. The chat I saw Wispy or Bump.
Wispy. Okay, that sounds like a carry name. I feel like. All right.
I like.
All right,
Wispy.
we got Wispy.
Wispy's good.
All right, we got Wispy. So next time we come on screen, we'll, if we do, If we don't, that's perfectly fine. I'm very happy not to go back on screen, but if we do, we'll show you the roster that we've been cooking up with. But right now, looking at these rosters, and still waiting on a device issue between LNG and W.
Yeah. That's all we have, folks.
That's all we got, folks. This is what we're holding on to. That's what we got. My finger's getting real tired. I've been hitting the go button this entire time.
Wait, Mazel.
Is this gameplay?
This is normally what we see.
Are they baiting us?
Oh, okay, they're baiting us. Okay, all right, it's fine. It's fine. So where are the plushies going? And what position? Who's going where? I feel like
we got. Well, you know, they're falling all over the place. There's too many plushies on my desk. You know, I don't know if I want to give them positions just yet because it's kind of limiting their creativity.
All right, so Bob's the top laner.
Is that just because he's big? You just saying he's the top laner because he's big?
Yes.
Then what do you do with Mr. Meep, who's in the backpack?
Mr. Meep can be mid.
Okay.
Because he.
See, though, I think Wispy is a carry. I think Wispy is an absolute carry. Powerhouse.
I think Wispy has to go AD, in my opinion.
Okay. Wispy's AD. Who's support, though? Who's support? Is it going to be. What was the name of yours?
Yumi the
Yumi. Oh, it has to be Yumi.
Yeah.
Literally has to be.
Yumi.
And then Tiger. What was his name?
Tora the Tiger.
Their name? Tora the Tiger. They are our mid laner?
Yes.
Mr. Meep Jungle, who only goes top.
No. Mr. Meep is mid laner. Tora the Tiger is
okay. I was thinking Mr. Meep was going to be a jungler that only went top. But I like your idea better.
There you go. You're welcome.
I think my go button's broken, Jamada.
I think
it's kind of like falling to pieces. I've hit it so many times.
I need that go button that Dracos has at the NC studio.
Please?
Yeah. That would be good right about now, wouldn't it? Yeah.
At this point, I'm about to start pulling out my esports manager cards because I haven't opened all my packs. Maybe we could like open packs on stream.
I am like 3 minutes away of delay from just pulling out the guitar and playing Wonderwall just to make everyone suffer. I think
I'm gonna start theorizing an LPL episode of On the Range live on broadcast. It's gonna be great.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're still without an update. It has been a little while here. Hopefully. Oh my god! We've been.
We got a game. We're in FPX.
Oh. All right.
Let's go. We did it. All right, we made it. All right, let's call. Okay, everybody. It's fine. Yep. It's fine. It's not a drill. We're in the real thing. LNG are on the blue side. WE on the red side. That signals good things for WE. And we have the Lucian Ash banned by LNG, while the Maokai and the Elise are the primary bans for WE.
Yeah. Let's see what the priority will be in terms of the Varus. That's the big one for me. Where that'll go, and what about the rest of the junglers as well? So Sejuani, do LNG want to ban that away, or do they want to try and put the onus onto WE to do it? With Ash gone, it feels like that's the next best thing on my mind. And yes, of course, I will also say before we get into the nitty-gritty, thank you everyone for sticking around. That was almost 15 minutes, I think, of delay. It can be rough sometimes, but we made it through it together, didn't we?
We did
LNG
it together. And that's all that really matters. The friends that you make along the way.
Exactly. And LNG actually banned Vi, so I guess WE now really do have to ban Sejuani. But that, I guess maybe try and trade out Sedge, Wukong, and leave it at that. So maybe WE ban away something like, I guess maybe they can ban away the Varus themselves and just leave it up to a jungle trade. They say no and take away the Sylas. So I think that says to me they're expecting the Sejuani first pick and they just want to take that one off the board. But LNG go towards the Zeri for LP.
I mean, you leave that power pick up, it's going to be chosen. I think LP will be very happy to have something very safe and something very strong in the later part of the game. And I guess now it's just the answer of when we see bottom lanes picked for WE and the response for support by LNG. Varus is the biggest pick left on the table, I feel like, in ADC role, and should be just picked up here for Hope.
Yeah, there you go. That's going to get locked away. And jungler, right? You have to imagine, is the next port of call for WE. If LNG pick up their support, then you get counterpick there, and you feel pretty good about it. Let's see, though, what Hung wants to take for himself. It was the Wukong last time around, but with Sejuani up, you'd kind of imagine it's maybe priority, but hovering of the Cassante at the moment, I feel like BB didn't have the most impact perhaps that he was looking for in that game and in that matchup specifically, so I feel like it's definitely a bit of a strange one to now give over to Tarzan, right?
Yeah,
with something potentially like the Yuumi also looming. There's just a bunch of engage plus frontline already set up for LNG to just have a really, really solid mid game. But WE are going to go towards the Caitlyn, so it's going to be Varus Caitlyn bot. We don't know which of Hope and Iwanda we were playing each other, so we'll kind of just await with bated breath on that one. Typically when we see the duo, it's Caitlyn in the AD role and Varus at the support role, but still very flexible between the two. And now I expect WE to try and ban away, what do you even go for? I guess top laners has to be the portal core, right? You've got your Cassante already locked in, there you go. So Fiora taken away, and then probably I imagine you want the Camille gone just because the Sejuani is already there and the setup is pretty clean for it.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm very, very interested at the jungle that WE are going to go for, because if Hope and Iwandi don't come out with a lead from bot lane, I mean, this should just be a 2-0 from LNG. I think Zeri Yuumi is just so ridiculously strong in the late game, but that's where this emphasis on the double ADC will be important to keep an eye on. We get the Poppy, though, banned against Hung. We also get the Jax focus from WE. So it is top lane focus for WE, and maybe even a follow a jungle ban to pinch Hung's pull even more for WE.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what LNG are going to do.
If they ban Wukong, he's going to have to pull something new out.
Yeah, he's going to have to really dig deep for Hung. And yeah, it might actually end up almost being a first pick, right? Because at that, a new pick, because at that point, I think everything he's played would have been banned away or picked. So the Wukong is still there as an option, but I feel like it's probably going to struggle into Sejuani Yuumi. So what will Hung give us? He's
I know we're not going to see it.
A bunch of junglers.
I know we're not going to see it, but he is an Udyr lover, and you know, it's not going to come through. But I just wanted to shout that one out. They hovered it for him just for the second, but they get Moo.
Wow. Okay. We did actually, if memory serves me right, see Marcoon over in the LEC run this. It didn't end up succeeding, if again memory serves me right. But we all know what Amumu does. We had it a bunch in the support role, so we have a pretty good grasp of how exactly it's going to operate. Scout sees the Kassadin angle with the Amumu locked in, and a bunch of other picks gone.
That's scary.
LNG are just saying, well, we've got Yuumi, we've got Zeri, and we have a Sejuani, so we feel like we're not going to get punished in the mid lane, and we're going to blind the Kassadin. And on top of that, they just say, for security's sake, we already see the Cassante will lock in a Renekton to just have a very consistent frontliner. Now, Shanks is going to have to look for something to try and punish this Kassadin in lane. Otherwise, I fear, even with the bottom side matchup looking the way it does, the Kassadin is just going to be a looming problem, and he goes to the Yone, the AD counter matchup, to try and shut down this Kassadin.
Yeah, I think Adventurous definitely is the Amumu pick, but fits into the comp with that setup for the double AD solo lanes, as well as a lot of AD coming out the bottom lane too. So at least they have a little bit of that variation. But as you said, it is a gigantic wall that they're going to have to climb against this so dominant draft coming out from LNG. I'm just seeing a little bit of that top lane. Zika gets comfort as well. You get a lot of the comfort in setup for Tarzan, and now all eyes on Shanks. Some of those mechanics early on, they're on the red side for WE. This could be a promise and a bounce back from that game number one. I know it's been a little while, but that game one was contentious until it wasn't, and then LNG destroyed WE. We have to see that bounce back from the World Elite.
We do. And I think this entire game, Mazel, is going to hedge on will the Amumu hit big ults to then be followed up on by not a Last Breath, that's the other brother, the Fate Sealed. And that's pretty much it. That is a lot of the team fighting in this game. If that doesn't happen, WE, I kind of just feel like slowly or quickly get rolled over. And also, one thing I noticed is that in the stadium, it's a bit of a off point, but the old Kassadin Splash is still there for some reason, not the new one, which I don't know why. I don't know why it's taken me this long to notice. Maybe it's just this game has happened. But anyway, Scout will be piloting that Kassadin to be on topic. And again, I feel like a lot is going to lie on Hung's shoulders to not only shut him down, but also find massive elements in the team fights to ensure that damage can be followed up with. Oh my god, please, no. Please.
Don't do it. Don't even talk about it. Don't do it. We're keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Head straight, blinders on. We're going.
Yep.
We're going to keep talking about this because LNG, I think we put so much emphasis on their tough schedule ahead. We've put so much emphasis on them finding a playstyle that works for them and executes for them. But I'm very much looking at the PowerPoint and Scout, who showed up on the Talia in game number 1 to come into this one and put down Shanks, who is that shining star, would-be shining star for WE, even with a roster that has hope on it. And Shanks has to have something come up big for him, right? That is your game. It was something comfort for him. He wasn't able to get the impact that you would want to have.
No, absolutely. And I think this is, I believe this is the first time Yone this year for Shanks. So a new flavor of pick for him. Still very much used to being able to play some of these sort of diving assassin-esque champs, but the Yone, he hasn't shown us, and I'm looking forward to see what he can actually achieve on it, because into a casting lane, it can be very, very easy at times to very quickly roll over that casting, especially if you get a little bit of help. And in this case, the Amumu's got a lot of solid lockdown, so if they can find Scout in the early stages, I think that will be absolutely key. But again, LNG have options through the top side of the map to kind of provide a bit of a bridge. We've seen what Renekton can do when ahead. We saw it just 2 days ago with Qingtian on that Renekton, the 2v1 into the 3v1 into the 3v1. So yeah, it can be a bit of a powerhouse, and that can be all it really needs to get Scout, to get LP to a point on that Zeri as well, with the Yuumi, where they're unkillable.
No update to what is going on for us as we have hit a pause getting into the game. So I will update you all as soon as possible. But yes!
Oh,
hey, look, it's an update. We're in a game. And it was actually WE looking for a little bit of a level 1 spice, though that is what they should be doing. And it is a lot of onus on figuring out how to get this bot lane ahead over LP, over Hung, before they can really get onto the map for LNG and be troublesome. I did finally get an update though. Bubu apparently reported an in-game issue, has been figured out and moved on from. So a little bit of a rookie start to the early part of game number 2. But here we are, LNG versus WE.
Yeah, I think WE really looking for a bit of redemption after that game 1, because it was rough.
Luckily, it's been so long that everybody's forgotten, right? Like we've all forgotten about it.
It was like 30, 40 minutes ago. What is good is that we wanted more proactivity. Ooh, a bit rough there from Hope. We wanted more proactivity, and specifically out of the mid jungle. And I feel like Amumu and Yone is all the agency you kind of need to get things going. It is quite unorthodox, definitely. But we are all very much familiar with what the champions and the kits do. So I look forward to seeing what creativity perhaps they can find in some engages. And again, a lot will lie on Hung's shoulders in the early stages to really find massive engages for some wombo combo action off the back of Shanks.
Yeah, and if they can, I think that's just going to be so huge. You have so much setup from Hung, even if it'll be a short-lived life. If you get some of the gold over, they have such a very hard-pressing team for WE. And I like that Hope and Iwandi are keeping the pressure up down here. We are looking at junglers, especially Hung on WE, who is booking it down here to Tarzan's red side.
Yeah, well, looking for a bit of an interrupt here. Smite
Got
isn't
the
quite
double
available, but
bandage
Tarzan has
toss.
his. Yeah, that is also true.
Oh, LP. That's a really, really good jump over the wall. Hung will be able to make it away, though. LP helping secure this for Tarzan. Does do that, and they get the the ward there as Hung just kind of trying to keep pressure up, like is the moniker of bot lane.
Yeah, just trying to ensure that, you know, LNG don't have a comfortable time making it back to lane. And Iwandi and Hope, again, they've got, you know, this lane advantage with range, and double Halo Blades is very, very obnoxious and difficult to trade back into. So they want to be able to do things like this. Stack a wave, and then get onto the tower here. I really want to see Iwandi also just step up with Hope. And
this is intense.
This tower. It is, but again, this WE lane wants to do exactly this. Get the shove, take plates, take the tower, try and end the laning phase.
Oh,
Hope, however,
Hung,
needs
you
to
don't
not
have a
do
lot
this.
of tankiness this early. He will flash over, but Tarzan follows. And First blood for LP. He wants more. They can follow Hope. He has nothing but the flash to cleanse. Tarzan getting a little bit low. Iwandi able to put some back. Misses the piercing arrow. LP's moving forward. Hope flashes over the wall. Iwandi, he's in some trouble. LP found the other side. And LP from the bottom to the top. Now we're here. And Zika versus Bew turns into nothing. 2-0 early on for LNG.
And it looks so good at the very beginning for WE. The entire set is actually pretty alright, but it's just an overstep from Hung, who I'm not even sure why he's contesting the Krugs at that kind of stage. LP and Hung are always going to be able to get first move, and he effectively just throws the massive lead that WE, Hope, Iwandi were just building for themselves. 2 kills go over to LP. Now he's going to be able to base, spend all of that gold, and get accelerated towards that first item. And actually, why are we here? It's almost kind of frustrating to watch from the side of WE because the setup was so good. And one needs forced to flash, Hope forced to flash over the wall as well. So now this just makes this bottom side of the map so much more volatile because Tarzan can just come down here and pick on the lane or just break up the tempo, the pace of the pressure that Iwandi and Hope can put down anytime he feels like it.
And man, imagine as LP, you get the promotion this split to start in the LPL for LNG on this squad that has Tarzan and Scout on it. And you're taking on Hope, and you get 2-0 to start it off early on in game number 2. This guy who has been in LNG since 2021 is finally coming into his own, it feels like, on this superstar roster.
Yep, he is. He really, really is. LNG, and again, it really helps when you've got the likes of Scout and Tarzan as your mid-jungle, right? And being able to kind of rely on that level of veterancy. It helps you focus on your own development, and so far LP's been developing quite well. And it seems like the structure generally with LNG is very, very consistent, and in this case, punishing WE very, very efficiently. WE at the very least do answer out with a dragon very quickly in response to what we'll call a failed play on the bottom side of the map, to be generous. So at least they'll get that stacking, and again, with the constant shoving of the bottom lane, I still expect them to get both of the first 2 dragons at the very least, and we'll see if they can try and force an early soul, because I think that's going to be critical to putting a little bit of a timer on the LNG lineup with the Kassadin and with the Yuumi.
Timer versus timer. Trying to make it timer versus timer, I guess, as I do want to go back to this mid lane a little bit more, because Scout versus Shanks, we said it's on Shanks to really make something happen that can up in Scout, especially that Scout's on the Kassadin, and this Yone pick being a very confident pick to come into this one, very aggressive pick. I'm still looking at this matchup and wondering how Shanks can really find that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, so far it feels like Scout is more than matching the mid lane, to be honest with you. I think we are probably looking more at kind of a 2v2 with level 6s involved for both sides. So I'm waiting for Hungrily to hit that mark. And unlock. What's the ultimate called? Curse of the Sad Mummy, pretty sure.
Yep.
Big. Yeah, there you go. See, I'm a half play.
Big circle.
Big circle. Big circle that stuns people. It's a really powerful ultimate. And yeah, we need that combination to come out. I think it's kind of, it's almost pretty much a win condition for Team WE. We'll see how well they can manage it though.
Not level 6 for Tarzan yet, but Iwandi and Hope are stepping up, and Hope has no mana here. See if Tarzan wants to stop this back. He is going to do so. So they're crashing onto the tower. I don't know if they know he's here. You had a little bit of a roam from Shank from mid lane, and Tarzan will not pull the trigger there. Hope and Iwandi realizing something is up and pulling away for just a moment. Tarzan just stopped like 3 backs in a row. Will get spotted out eventually.
Not sure quite whether or not he wants to commit. Does get towards the Skull though. However, Hung is here, and it's just about going to be enough to force him back very temporarily. Scout could move for it, but it seems like the corner just give it up. He's not too fussed about it. And Zuka has been up here.
So I'm a little worried.
This tower for a while. Go ahead. Why are you worried,
because you know there's a big crocodile in the top lane, and it's something that Zika has played relentlessly.
Yeah.
And now he's doing so again against BBU. He has like a 20 CS lead already 8 minutes in. And the setup with the Renekton to bridge into this late game is so huge for LNG.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the potential pressure he can bring can be really, really detrimental to how WE want to play the game. I think if there's a bit of a side lane threat, all of a sudden you have to consider that. I would really like to see a more aggressive build come out of Zuka here, but we could end up just getting, you know, like the Gordricker, Death Stance-esque kind of build, or Sterex, whatever. Oh, Black Cleaver, actually, just the second time. Said about 4, got there in the end. Where you've got a lot more beef and you're more of a frontliner. We'll see, however. I think Blades, something like that, can be really, really potent in a game like this. Now, looking towards the map, actually, we said WE objectives, name of the game. Got first move up from the bottom side. The only issue is they can get collapsed on here from the bottom side by LP and Hung. They've got number 6 as well.
Iwandi gets back to the 9 caliber net. There's a lot of damage going down on the front line. And now they've just been stunned up. CC Wombo combo and all out Pew Pew gets one of the kills on the side. Scout, LP, and Hung, the last remaining members of LNG. It's a trade 2 for 1 in favor of WE.
It's a really, really big ult from Hung, really, that saves that there for
no.
WE. Oh, no!
Oh, I think they got it. I think they got it. Scout, though, in a little bit of trouble here. Iwandi's not level 6. Maybe he can go to the wave, get level 6. As the healing from Scout's just going to be enough to get them there. Oh, they let them go! WE! Shame, shame! Oh, come on!
It's just
little
a
sneaky
heist.
kitty cat.
It's just a complete heist from LNG. I can't believe I've just seen that happen. Alright, so let's take a look at this fight, because it's a bit of a swing and a miss here from Shanks. He's only going on to Tarzan, but I feel like that's just a misallocation of the element. But what isn't a misallocation of an element is Hung's, who finds all 3 members. And he engaged really good. They shut down Tarzan very quickly. I'm actually kind of surprised that LP and Hung didn't take a more aggressive angle into that fight onto the back line, but not being at that late game stage yet where they can kind of blow up and assassinate targets is perhaps why. As, yeah, this is just really unfortunate, we shall say. And Hung grabs it so that he can go back onto LP and ensure that there's no risky business. And now they've got the Herald to work with, LNG. Even though they kind of, I suppose, lose out on a fight, but if you're the scaling composition that goes 1-1 for 1 in a team fight, is it really a loss?
Right, exactly. And we were saying when you're looking at bot lane, right, like WE need to be like hard winning this bot lane, it feels like, because we've seen the comments, and especially at this patch, right, bottom lane, if it's WAC out of lane, has struggled a lot of the time to find a lot of worth. And I know one duo that does not struggle to find a lot of worth in the late game is Yumi. And that's where, like, we were talking about the ticking clocks here. But WE, they know where to find a little bit extra time, it feels like, and be stacking these neutral objectives.
Indeed. So even if WE get the second dragon, the other thing is it needs to not be a cloud. So let's see.
What is it gonna be?
It's a cloud. What is it with us and cloud dragons, man? It's like every other
clouds and mountains, man. Clouds and mountains. See, we just have the, you know, the whole skyline. Clouds and mountains. From the clouds to the mountains.
Yeah.
We don't like oceans. We don't like fire.
Nope. We didn't have an ocean today in one of the games.
You didn't like
I
it.
think it's
We didn't like it.
3 out of 4. Yeah, we didn't really like it. And the unfortunate thing now, I guess, is W are kind of playing for a similar condition that we saw in LNG, where they need to get to Elder Dragon and then end the game. And if they don't, I feel a lot better about LNG ending the game with this kind of composition in comparison to WE. So yeah, good luck WE. Let's see what they can get done, as the Dragon Gods have unfortunately blessed LNG in this one. They are the one with the dragon on their logo, so I guess it works out.
Yeah, true. I will say, Riftchild used the mid lane for Tarzan means Scout getting even more gold. He has gotten that Roas already. We also see that Hope has completed the U moves. So, and Frostfire Gauntlet for VV. So some item completion started to come down, but Tarzan immediately goes back to focus his bot lane. He has the engage. Iwandi! That's a beautiful predict from the new king of the jungle, Tarzan, and LP picks up the kill. 3-0.
That was great from Tarzan. The placement, I think, kind of threw Iwandi off, and he's not really sure as it's flying towards him whether he needs to flash it or not. In the end, he flashes directly into the line of it anyway. So excellent aim from Tarzan to just kind of, I guess,
let's
throw him
pull
off
that
kilter,
one back.
Pull it up. So, like, I'll be honest, at first it kind of looks like he's gonna miss, and sure, Iwandi kind of does flash into it, but I think the angle kind of throws him off, and he feels like he's gonna net. He feels like he's gonna net into it, and he feels like perhaps he can just flash over it. But unfortunately, he flashes into it. That's just how it goes sometimes with League of Legends. As Shanks picks himself up, second players who come out of that replay. Nicely tossed from LNG's jungler, and they get the pick. A little bit of gold into their back pocket, and I mean, even if they don't, for example, get the next couple of dragons, it doesn't really matter. They're going to get to a point where they have Yuumi and a Cassidy in the game, and the only way they can shut it down is through Hung on the Amumu very consistently. That's about it. Maybe Jubu up here can find a way, but it's going to be tough scaling for WE. So I think now that they've hit one item across the board, this is where we really need to see them kind of step up, right? And try and take things into their own hands, because if they let things progress as they are, again, even if they pick up the next couple of dragons, LNG might just about be ready to fight at 2 themselves.
Review. He has flash. He needs to be careful. The Glacial Prison, Tarzan's literally just waiting. He's gonna flash. He doesn't even get the chance. Tarzan is everywhere. 100% KP. As Hung finds bottom lane, he has found some purchase, but he can't layer the damage with the rest of the comp, as they might be able to take this tower and get a little bit back for WE.
Right, a little bit back to WE, but they're still down in gold. That
so
traded
close
across the map as well. It is still very, very neck and neck in a game like this. But again, a game like this where there's one side with such hyperscaling, being 15 minutes into the game, and hell, you're technically up almost 1,000 gold, you might as well be up about 4,000, mate. It just feels so difficult, as Shanks has found his way off the Zucker, but yeah, it's just
that was
too much.
One ability back. Nope, I don't want that.
Yep. Again, Yone pick, very fun. Hasn't brought out anything too crazy in the early game so far. Hung and Shanks
He's getting a lot of farm, though. I mean, he's at 170 CS at 15.5 minutes.
That is true. He is very, very well farmed, which could mean a very early second item. And of course, Yone hitting that Infinity Edge is a massive, massive spike in damage. So if they can get to that and then use it, I feel a lot more confident about WE. But right now, it's LNG who are in the driver's seat, who've made a lot more of the practice plays. And it doesn't matter if you get a bunch of the neutral objectives. If one, you roll a Cloud Soul, GG unlucky. And two, the first Herald, which should have been yours, gets stolen away. So now you've got the second one 15 minutes in with, I guess, a mid tower which you could execute, but it's still going to be difficult to do.
Well, we got Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. It is soul point for WE, so I'm sure the priority is definitely there. I'm just wondering if they want to try to split push with the Rift Herald, or maybe at least split LNG's focus. They are bringing Shanks up the mid lane, but now you have Zika from the top side for LNG. It looks like we're brewing for a 5-on-5 fight here, Jamada. Oh, Yubu says, nope, we're going to try to make that not a 5v5. They find Zika. The Rift Herald does get used. Hung caught out here. Hung curses that mummy out. There's the bait sealed. They find one Tarzan down. Final tap to the, you got to watch LP. You got to watch Scout. You got to watch LNG as they destroy them yet again. A double kill for LP.
The only thing WE are watching is a gray screen as the entirety of LNG collapse. Even if you kill Tarzan, it's the frontliner. You've still got to deal with Scout, and you've still got to deal with LP. And the Force Pulse absolutely wrecks them on the way out. And now all of a sudden the Dragon Stacken doesn't even matter anymore, because it's going to be LNG who pick it up off the back of this. And this game, it just goes from kind of okay to very, very bad very, very quickly. We'll get a look at the replay as the engage comes out here onto Zucker. They get the lockdown, but the damage follow-up just isn't really there. Disengage comes through from the flash, and all is well and dandy. Tarzan goes in on top of Hung, and Hung just pulls the trigger. Once he sees LP go, oh, actually, no, the trigger just gets pulled anyway. They blow up Tarzan, but again, it's just the front line, right? And
then they all group up trying to leave, and my God, Scout. And the rest of the AoE, holy cow.
It's just nasty. And LP untouched 5-0. He didn't have the rune before that team fight. Imagine if he did. As Scout flash away, should be all right. Should be all right. Should be fine. I'm not gonna.
He's going back in. He's got the rest of the team here. This is an already scaling Scout Kassadin, who's gonna pick up a third kill here. Doesn't even have to touch him. He leaves the tower to pick up his scraps. As LNG will make scraps of WE.
Mazel, I think we're in for a short night. I'm just gonna say it. LNG are probably on their way to a very, very fast level 16 Kassadin, as they've got their 5-0 Zeri with a Yuumi on their back. And W unfortunately just haven't found the answer that we were hoping they would achieve in this game number 2. Hung is unfortunately 0-4-3. He's just not been able to pair up with Shanks too many times.
I think at this point, WE, they have a little bit of chance here in some of these team fights, maybe later on. It's not looking likely, and that is just because of the cleanliness of LNG. The fact that LP, of all people, is stepping up against the LPL Summer Champion. Hope for WE in the bot lane. An incredible moment for the guy. 5-0 on Zeri. Draft gap, yes, but execution gap, also yes.
Absolutely. I think LNG feeling very unwavered about their previous defeat, as that top, no one's even going to get local mode, technically. I guess it's 20 minutes into the game, so towers can naturally fall like that sometimes, but like you say, LP stepping up, Hope still doing fine, right? But I think it's just the nature of, oh goodness me, I say that, curse the clock.
Yeah, double fights going down here, and one's going a little bit worse than the other. Hung gets kill over to Scout, and no! Hope! Oh, that's a double kill for Scout. Give him a Pinta. Is he gonna get it? Oh, he doesn't get the triple at least. Zika takes his own kill, and that should just be a Baron on the table at 20 minutes for LNG.
On the dot, we'll see if some shenanigans come out from Iwandi, but I don't even think he's gonna check it, man. He's out. Shanks teleported to the bottom side to try and get this tier 2, but Zuka's gonna match it. He's at 2 items already. That Necton is pretty damn scary. Baron in pocket. LNG stole that last dragon away as well from WE after the team fight. I just don't know what the answer is for WE, plain and frank. It's like a 5-man R combo from both Shanks and Hung, and if they don't get that and blow up the core members, it just doesn't work out for them. Cleanse from Hope from one side, try and get away. Buys him a bit of time, but unfortunately his jungler's getting picked off, and once Tarzan and Scout are done with that, Tarzan still has the ultimate to lock him down. Simple as like. Sorry. Ends up basically just being chow feed to the rest of LNG. As now with Baron in pocket, you expect that LNG will just advance forward, take these tier 2s at the very least, and push their lead even further.
I think the thing I zoom out on every time is that this LNG roster, they're firing like this at the early part of the season when they just went through a rebuild. Like, Tarzan is the only one left from the double miracle run style. Like, they failed last year in summer, but they were successful 2 years ago in summer to make that miracle run to Worlds. And that roster is gone now. Tarzan, the only remaining member, but they went and picked up some powerhouses. And this early part of the season is so promising for this LNG roster just because of the way they pick apart the board.
Yeah, and even in a meta where the bottom lane is most definitely the most important lane in the game, does it matter if you just have mid jungle diff every single game? It feels like LNG, again, of course, with not only the name power itself, the veterancy, the experience that these two bring to kind of just ensure that there's always a certain level headedness about the team. As in the mid lane, Tarzan.
Oh, that's actually really nice from Bew Bew. Yeah. He's still not dying. He's still not dying. And here comes the rest of LNG. Oh my god. They get one, but what did it cost? As LP is poking him down, and now here comes Zika. Oh, LP is engaged on by Hung, but he's putting shots right back, and then here comes the raid boss Scout. Zika has found Hope, but Hope gets out the flash. Hope goes down to LP. Scout healing up. Scout's looking for even more, but now LP's in the fight. LP taken down. Scout finds another one. Finding everything is LNG. He doesn't even smile. He doesn't even wave. He doesn't even need to bat an eyebrow, as that will be another team fight win and another tier 2 tower for LNG in this series.
It's all business. It's a little bit messy, but Scout hits level 16 halfway through that fight, and he just starts to take over on the back end. Really nice stuff between him, LP, and Hung to ensure they can get the lockdown. Bew Bew, really nice all out to bring Tarzan all the way back. The angle is just about enough to get him in between these towers. Nice flash shot to interrupt the queue.
Man.
But like, he's just not dying for so long. It's an empowered arrow that needs to take him down from like 700 HP. But the response is already there. LP, Scout, they've got so much mobility, they are able to respond. And then Zuka also comes in for a pincer in between tier 1 and 2 towers in mid lane. Shanks,
and this is chaos. This, like, it is not a clean execution by any means.
Oh, hello.
Neither is this, but Scout's just baiting him out, all right?
Yeah, not bad.
Oh my goodness. They're leaning into the storm in a teacup style here for LNG.
Oh yeah, they are indeed. LNG, all go, no breaks, no stop right now. And W just don't have the firepower to respond, plain and simple. It's way too much to deal with, and LNG, everything they need, right? The whole toolkit is there and available. They just gotta break through the base.
We did get to see a couple second item completions, though, achieved for WE. They're catching Scout here, a TP from Shanks. Not going to find much more, but they're trying to utilize some of this, at least power spike, especially through Iwani, through Hope, but still very, very difficult to find when you're facing up against a 7-0 Kassadin and a now 3-item Zeri.
Yeah. So, WE. They only find themselves about 8,000 gold down. But you know what they do have, Mazel? 2 big team fight ornaments.
Man, you let me down. I'm disappointed. I'm absolutely disappointed. If you don't know why, then our love language is dead. You should have said they have hope. Come on.
Yeah. So,
I want out.
Wait,
I want out.
no, I was getting there. You just had to patient.
If you don't lead with it, you don't. No, I'm just.
Now, they do have hope, and it starts with at least a little bit of success, right? And if they can find it, then maybe, just maybe, Mazel, they can mount a comeback. However, with all of the power points already being there for LNG, you do start to be a bit concerned. And by start, I mean start 10 minutes ago, being a bit concerned. But it's still there. The door's not fully closed, per se, because they're still on the rift. So, if LNG overstep just a little tiny bit, maybe. But Hung has to find it. It has to be on the Scout.
Oh, they do. Chain CC down. Scout getting lower and lower. Scout goes golden. He's going to be in some trouble here. Tarzan needs to try to save him, but that's 1,000 gold to Shanks. And WE, they strike when they need it most, but the lightning crash might just make a difference. They do find Shanks onto LP, but he's down. He's down. As now one more AoE fight for LP. Can he go over? LP's moving in. LP's clearing him out. And LNG, they've done it yet again and destroyed WE in yet another fight. Has 3 kills to LP. Hey, go ahead and pop off, my king.
LP gets a triple kill, and honestly, for a moment, I saw a pentakill happening in front of me, it felt like, but LNG get 3, they all go onto the AD carry. LP is just having a massive bubble performance today, and they will get themselves a Baron as reward. And, you know, we were poking and prodding and joking that it would be Scout that they would need, or, of course, LP. They chain the ultimates in, they get the burst damage down, the stasis does come in, but it's kind of late. He loses too much HP, the kill goes over to Shanks, it's a massive 1,000 gold shutdown. And you're thinking, maybe, can they go further? Can they get Tarzan? But the Pizza comes in, no one's touching LP, and he's getting too much damage down. And even though the Fate Field comes in, he's immediately
turns back.
Everybody just removed from the equation, and LP over the wall. I see it. As soon as that cleanse comes out, why does he even stopwatch? That's a pentakill right there.
He had the shield bow right there, too.
I'm just going to call it. LP could have carried on going. He just saved WE some skin. As
Zeka, you use those engage abilities, and he's going right in after you miss them. Scout, he's going to kill Hope. He's going to clean up the rest of WE. And this is the final moments of WE in their best of 3. As now LP on the side will just stand in the face of Shanks and deny him everything that he's ever wanted. As LNG will clean a 2-0 victory over WE. They will join the Titans at the top of the table at 5-1, and they will cement a comeback from a devastating first loss against the Ninjas in Pajamas. And this is how LNG play.
LNG are about to run into a tough set of games, but they set the tone right in this WE series with a clean, decisive, and concise series here, and that is what we need from them moving forward the next couple of weeks, because it's not gonna get easier from here. Like you say, they put themselves amongst the Titans, and soon they will be battling them. An excellent showing from LNG.
Imagine setting yourself up with the same record as everybody you're about to go against and have that power, be able to push yourself up there. And this roster, again, having rebuilt around Tarzan, bringing up LP, a development project since 2021 for LNG, getting his first split in the promoted, actually promoted here. And just to be able to perform like that, to see all the pieces moving so well, it sets up a lot of expectations, even up against this very tough schedule coming.
Yeah, exactly, right. And I think when you can see this level of, for me, LNG were amongst some of the strongest early performers in this spring split, and to see that kind of return, especially after what was definitely feeling like a very devastating defeat against NIP, is great. And again, to reiterate, after today, they will have FPX in a couple of days, I think 3-day time. Beyond that, it's BLG into Weibo, into EDG, into Top Esports, into JDG. That is a damn tough run of 5 games. 4 out of, I think, the top 6 there, besides themselves. So needed this win to set the tone right. And of course, they'll need the win against FPX before they get into those top 5 games as well. Super exciting to see them play this series out with such vim.
And disappointment on the other side that I feel like is earned, but also something that you want to look at the light at the end of the tunnel for WE, because they did bring in Hope Iwandi. They have hung that call up from Young Miracles LDL team this year, and Shanks, as we've said, kind of that centerpiece they've been building around the pillar in the mid lane. And we got to see some of that, I guess, more center focused play in game number 2. But then it just fell off. And I think you have to find what really works. And I thought that we'd had to somewhat found what works for them. But then the double ADCs come out. We don't see that same execution down there in the bottom lane. And it does beg those questions for WE. But I think you still have to think the overall communication structure is going to get better. And I think we will see that veterancy shine through for a lot of these major pieces.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think it will come with time, right? At the end of the day, a lot of the development is simply not going to just immediately happen, right? That is development. It's going to be up and down, and so far I think their score also reflects that, right? We've seen very, very positive days from WE where it looks like they are a really strong team and can sort of, push the molds of what the expectations were for them. And then we get short days like this against a very strong team in LNG, but it's not like there's nothing to take away from here. There are learnings about how they can kind of approach some of these games into the stronger teams. Unfortunately today, however, I felt like there wasn't much of an answer in terms of gameplay on the Rift, but still, in review, you can always say things like, hey, we need to try and find perhaps a strong 2v2 so we can try and stand up, ensure that Hope and Iwandi get to play out these lanes, just as an example.
Yeah. And just that adaptation from LP, one of my biggest questions for WE itself was what happens when you see them vary up this bot lane meta. Obviously, LP, very skilled player, and everybody the LPL is, but you want to see what they can do on stage with some of these newer picks. And obviously, Zeri isn't a new pick, but it's about execution on stage against these names. And he did just that in a team that has, like we had said already, Tarzan, Scout, even Hung and Zika. It's nice to see that every piece is contributing. It's not just Scout body people in mid lane every time, even though he does. It's not just Tarzan picking apart jungle pathing and finding exactly how to pressure your weak points and to counteract your strong points. It's also about this bottom lane really showing up when it matters.
Yeah, and it sets up for a super exciting future for LNG, right? And I think especially on an organization level, whilst obviously it's just Tarzan returning from last year, it's going to be very important for them to have a strong showing this split just because of how close they got to Worlds. I know that's going to sting, missing out by, one series after such an amazing run. So trying to sort of set the tone right for themselves to potentially get them a spot at MSI very early on. Of course, again, we will talk about the tough run of form. That will come or tough run of schedule will come with that. But moving into the middle of the split, looking this strong is a super positive sign. And hopefully for them, they can continue that run of form once they do start to battle the other teams around them.
And I guess it's still, even though we were talking about growth in communication and structure for WE, that's still definitely coming for LNG, even though they're looking so good already. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun to kind of watch how they continue to pick apart the meta as well. And especially once we see some of these changes up, how that kind of affects them. But tonight we saw them kind of let go some of the stuff they've really felt comfortable on. I mean, Zika did get his Renekton in game number 2, but you leave that one open, you're going to get it. And you get to see kind of, again, that continued flexibility of the champion pool that seems to be, I know people were saying the meta is stale, but I've been having actually a lot of fun the way that like these later iterations of the meta have been working out.
I think, yeah, the big issue. Do you know what? I think a lot of the complaints come from the Western side because I feel like there is a lot of stale meta in the Western side. But I feel like here in the LPL specifically, I haven't been able to keep up with the LCK as much. But here in the LPL, there is a little bit of development. I think a lot of what helps that is, unironically, the fact that we've stayed on 13-1 for so long. It feels like teams are maybe themselves getting a little bit bored and kind of just trying to change up the mold a little bit. And maybe once we do get the big item changes specifically towards the AD role with the crit items, and also with the crit items changing, for me, the champion that spikes to my head is Gangplank, right? And I feel like that might actually spur out a bunch of the tank picks away from the top side and a lot more carry picks in general if it turns out being a very, contested pick moving forward, because there are a lot of talented Gangplank players here in the LPL, so it's going to sort of potentially spin some priority here and there.
You got to keep an eye on that one, especially. Now, who do you think is going to get MVP here for this second game?
Ooh, yeah.
Tarzan got it last game, even though it was a long time ago. I think it's got to be LP. I think it's got to be LP.
Yeah, it's LP. It's LP. It's not going to be anyone else. If Scout gets it, I don't know what to tell you. It's going to feel a lot like Breathe in game one.
It's a Scout diff.
It's going to feel, it's just going to be a Scout diff. Like, it'll feel like Breathe in game one, where it's like, it made sense, but, it probably should have been Angel getting the MVP. But hey, what can you say? Sometimes that's just how the voting goes. Haven't heard yet what the MVP call-out will be, but I am expecting the top side there.
Well, I guess we'll find out sooner or later. But again, I guess just going back to talking about the same points we had already talked about, I think it was just really nice to see kind of that level up to the moment. Again, just going back through now for the other side for WE, their coming schedule, they are getting LAL, who still haven't found a series win. You also get RA, and then it gets hard after that into TS versus JDG, TS and then JDG. But I think you can look at this tough loss, these tough couple losses now against RNG and now LNG, and find a little bit of positivity when you come back to face out AL, at least next for WE.
Yeah, right. It's a series that's going to feel pretty good to maybe just kind of, I don't want to say stretch your legs as if AL aren't going to actually throw any contest back. We did just get confirmation that it will be LP MVP. Definitely very expected. Yeah, I think, what did he finish the game? Like 8 and... Oh, never mind. I was going to say 8-1.
11-1?
There was an 8 in there. It was just on the opposite side of the brackets. So, yeah. Superb game from LP, and I think he was just
his
set
first
up for...
MVP.
Oh, it's his first MVP. Wow,
let's go.
I think it's because Scout and Tarzan have been hogging a lot of them for LNG whenever they win. So LP finally getting his first and deserved one here, and he was going to be set up to be put behind until Hung did this, and once that play unfolded, 2 kills in the early stages, a red buff, and a Team WE side that just couldn't really find it in themselves to punish the rest of the map. LP just had complete freedom, and it felt like every team fight that he was involved in, he was pushing the go button and he was going forward as much as Tarzan and Scout were.
God, and then this one right here, man. They try to catch on Zika so much, and then they all just get caught walking the same spot, walking out of here. And then the AoE comes down, and there's just nobody left for WE. Yeah.
False Pulse is still very, very nasty.
Again, though, there was a potential for LP to get a Penta in this promotional year in the LPL, his first LPL Penta, but he didn't get it.
Yeah, I will say, a very, very reserved. I hope it's in the B-roll. I imagine it will be. Because he didn't have the stopwatch. Like, he was pretty okay. Unless there's something I'm missing, because, I'm just a city caster. I'm not a player. It seems like it's not in the B-roll, but you all know the play I'm talking about, where he gets the triple over the wall. Yeah, could have gotten his penta, but hey, you know what? At this rate, he's either gonna A, rack up a bunch of quadras and triples, or B, have like 3 pentas by the end of the season.
Would be incredible to see, especially with the way he's been performing tonight against Hope and Iwandi, which again, if it was any other bot lane, I think you could take away a little bit less, but it's Hope and Iwandi. I know they haven't been having the greatest time on WE, but it's still a very strong bottom lane that they're able to go up against and come up with that big of a win. So really good stuff. Guess who won the Battle of Hung?
Hung.
Good job. You did it. Hung won. Which one do you?
Hung won,
Nobody
guys.
will ever know.
Nope.
It was a lot of fun, though, especially seeing, again, LNG kind of rise to that occasion. We are going to see what we did go through today, though, as it was a quick night for us. Well, it was supposed to be a quick night for us, but then we had a very long pause. It was 2 2-0s. RNG came out and smacked FPX and moved them to that 10th spot with that 3-4 record. And then LNG put themselves in first place, a tie, I believe 5-way tie now, with a 5-1 record with a 2-0 over WE.
It's something ridiculous. I know we'll have the standings in a moment.
Oh, it's 4. It's 4 of them.
It's
oh,
three
but it's
teams
not a
tied
tie.
at
Okay, it's
5
3
and
tie.
1.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 teams tied at 5 and 1. LNG technically hold top of the table because they have the most positive win-loss. IG in 4th place, and then it starts to go towards JDG, who still have a game in hand above IG, so potentially will catch up. Yeah, really interesting looking table. I'm very curious to see how TT and RA managed to do in terms of trying to uphold their position in this sort of up echelon, and obviously specifically the playoffs, and how RNG are going to continue to potentially bounce back and get themselves into that top 10 fold.
True, they did a good job of pushing themselves up tonight, as they now are tied up there with WE. But tomorrow, we're getting to the thick of things in the middle of the pack, the bottom of the pack. LGT versus NIP, and then TT versus OMG.
Yeah, it should be a very, very exciting set of series. I'm looking forward to OMG TT personally, because to me,
TT on a roll,
really,
man.
Yeah, TT are on a roll, and I'll always say this about OMG, right? They are like the most hot cold team that you will ever get, right? If you get hot OMG, brother, they will feel like taking down JDG for the sake of it, and other top side of the table teams. But if you get them on a cold day, then yeah, they might be a little bit rusty, but they will still always provide entertainment and fun, and that is what I am always here for. And for NIP, definitely need to start trying to rack up the wins and try and uphold that V5 mantle from last year, man. So we'll see whether or not they can do that against LGD, who have of course been struggling.
Yeah, I do really wonder, especially Xiaolong Bao, how he's going to go into LGD and find some of that early game prowess. He's been so aggressive; it's been fun to watch, and especially that TT versus OMG matchup. It's going to be a lot of fun. But that is it from us today. Jamada, I want to say thank you for joining me for this crazy wild ride. We named a whole team of plushies, and we got to watch some banger games. So I want to thank you. Thank you to production for helping us, for making us look good. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us through it all, and to the players, we wouldn't be here without you. Yeah, through a 20-minute pause. But it's been a fun time. We'll be back again with more LPL tomorrow. So we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.